Hi everyone, I'm Susie and let's just speak in English. So for this class, what I'm going to do is use this book, Interchange 1 by Cambridge Publishing, to teach you some practical English conversation. So first one is, where are you from? Where are you from? Let's look at this picture. So tell me, what do you see in this picture? I think it's very important for you to be able to describe what you see. When you take like the TOEIC test, I believe there's one section where you see a picture and it says describe as much as you can. So it's always a good chance. Practice. We have free material in your textbooks. So here, look at this picture. What do you see? What do you see? I see a lot of things. So you can talk about the people, the background, even the landscape, the scenery. Maybe you can also tell them, what do you think? It doesn't have to be perfect. There's no like exact answer. You can just guess. So where are these people? Where are the people? So you can see we're kind of focusing on the two up front in the first part. So where are the people? And you can start your sentence with they are at. They are at. What do you think? I would say maybe they are at a park at first because of all the trees and the green. But then I see other things like a building in the background, and then I see Mexican food, Korean food, Turkish food. Maybe they're at school or a university, possibly, yes. And today is like an international day. And what do you think they're doing? What do you think they're doing? And when you have that question, doing, you can already use that. That's your hint. So the ing, they are what? Looks like they're talking. They're talking. And other people are walking around. There are people buying food. And last, how old do you think they look? How old do you think they look? You know, I think when we look at pictures, sometimes we think a lot older than they are. And I feel like Koreans tend to see foreigners and think they're a little bit older than they actually are. So yeah, they look like they're maybe, we said if it's a university or a school, maybe they're in their 20s, So maybe about 20, 21 years old. All right. So Arturo is meeting Alexa for the first time. So let's listen to the dialogue.
Hello, I'm Arturo Valdez.
Hi, my name is Alexandra Costa, but please call me Alexa.
Okay. Where are you from, Alexa?
Brazil. How about you?
I'm from Mexico.
Oh, I love Mexico. It's really beautiful.
Okay, that was just the short half of the conversation. Do you remember what she said? So they introduced each other and they said, hi, I'm Alexandra, but just call me Alexa. Do you remember her last name? Yeah, it might be a little bit difficult listening to it one time, but rewind and then listen again. So the last name of Alexandra was Costa. And Arturo's last name, did you hear? Arturo's last name was Valdez. Okay? So listen again, and then listen this time for where are they from? They mentioned it at the end. So listen one more time.
Hello, I'm Arturo Valdez.
Hi, my name is Alexandra Costa, but please call me Alexa.
Okay. Where are you from, Alexa?
Brazil. How about you?
I'm from Mexico.
Oh, I love Mexico. It's really beautiful.
Okay, so did you catch that? Where is Alexa from? Where is Alexa from? She says she's from Brazil. Did you get it right? And then what about Arturo? At the end, she says, oh, I love that place that you mentioned. So where is he from? He's from Mexico. All right, so what I want to do is pick apart this conversation a little bit and teach you some things about it. So first thing is their names. They introduce each other with their names. So on a form, usually this is a typical form that you would fill out. Maybe when you're registering for school or something like that. And the first part you see is here, family name and given names. So I'm going to talk just briefly about that. Technically, my full name is Suzanne, Hyun, and Chun. Yes, there's 3 of them. So what do you think it is? What will I put for my last or family name? Last or family name. Why are there 2? Why are there 3? Why? You're thinking probably. But for my last name, it's at the end. So for English-speaking countries, most of them, the last name is at the end. And this is what they call the family name, because once your family, all the family members have the same last name. So it's quite different in Korea because I know most of the mothers do not take the husband's last name. So here, this is my last name or family name. So my mother, father, and brother share this last name, so we say it's our family name. And then for my first, you can think of this as your given. What did your parents give you as a name? What did your parents give you as a name? So given name or first name. And then for a lot of Americans, we have a middle name, and most Koreans don't. So don't even worry about that. Sometimes it's here on the form, it'll say last, given name, and then family name. But for myself, I would put Chun as the last name and Suzanne Hyun as my first given name. Okay? All right, so there are many ways to spell your name. So I get this a lot from my students. How do I spell my name? Well, your family name you probably can't change. Your father or mother probably already wrote that down for you. So on their passport, it's that way, so you have to follow their spelling. But for your first name, when you make a passport, you can choose. And so that's why I have there's so many ways to spell it. And it's all up to you. It might be good if you have an English teacher or someone you know that knows a little bit about English, the pronunciation of it, because it might be different. I mean, Susu, but for this one especially, Cho and Joe. Sounds different, right? Because even though that's the same last name, the spelling makes a difference of how English-speaking people will pronounce it. So you can see all the spellings are a little bit different. Q and Q, Q and Q. There is Ui, Gil, and Hui. I always had a problem with that one. And then here, Park, some people spell it P-A-K, some people spell it B-A-K. And then here, you see, for my last name is Chun, as I told you. And you saw my uncle went to America first. So he spelled it C-H-U-N. And so when my father went to America, he had no choice to spell it C-H-U-N. But in actuality, you pronounce my last name Chun. Isn't that interesting? So if I had a choice, I'd probably spell it with a J-E-O-N. Anyways, make sure you like the spelling of your name. Okay, it's your name. And then we go on to titles, and there are different ones: Mr., Mrs., Ms., and Miss. So which one would you check? Which one would you check on the form? So first you have to think about, okay, am I a boy or girl? Gender. Male, if you are a male, you will always check Mr. Always check Mr. And it's spelled M-R period, and then it's the whole word is Mr. And it refers to any man regardless of marital status, meaning it doesn't matter if he's single or if he's married, just Mr. So Mr. first and last name, we talked about that, right? So Mr. Johnny Smith, Mr. David Lee, or just their last name, Mr. Park, Mr. Kim, okay? So we'll do, that's for males. And then we get to the females, which is a little bit more complicated. So if you're a female, you have to think, is she married? Is she married, okay? If the answer is no, then you would call her Miss. Miss. And Miss is for young girls and women that are under 30 and unmarried. They have to be not married. And if they are married, they go to Mrs. And if you're not sure, sometimes you're not sure, We're talking about when you address someone. It's not just for the form, but also when you address someone, if you don't know if they're married or not married or how old they are, it's best probably for a woman, you could call her Ms. It has more of a Z sound too. Ms. Ms. And these are for women who are unmarried and over 30, or they don't want to say if they're married or not. If they don't want to say, they just want to be neutral. So for a man, it's Mr. And for a female, you have to ask, right? Is she married? So there's 3 different kinds for women. 3 different kinds for women that you could choose from. So maybe when I was younger, I was a Miss, and then people didn't know if I was married or not. And then finally I got married and they called me Mrs. Yeah. And now when people look at me, if I don't wear a wedding ring, maybe they think I'm a Ms. So it's interesting if you see this, you don't realize till you actually see it, but do you notice that Mr. and Ms., there's only 2 letters? Yeah, so Ms. is supposed to be the equivalent to Mr. So regardless of the marital status, and so they both have only 2 letters. Yeah, thought you want to know that. Okay, so remember just to use the family names with the titles and not the given names. So for example, myself, if I say, I'm Ms. Chun, not Ms. Susie, not Ms. Susie. So one last question for you is, if this is my name and my husband's name is Jumok Lee, then what should be my married name? What should be my married name? So you got to think about American customs and what is the name, my name? Well, technically I would just change my last name, my family name. So I'm now going to start a family with my husband, so I would take his last name. So it would be Suzanne Hyun and Lee, or Mrs. Suzanne Lee. And these days, many women, they don't want to maybe take their husband's name, or sometimes they just want to say, I'm also a Chun and a Lee. So you can hyphenate. You can hyphenate it and show that this is your original family name and your last name. Technically, I didn't change my last name because it's a hassle. And other titles. So in Korea, you have ways to show respect, but in English, we don't really have that language. So these are ways to show respect or be polite to people you know. So for a police officer, you would technically say sir, sir. For a woman you don't know, an older woman you don't know, you wouldn't just, don't call her sir. Don't ever do that. She would be called ma'am, ma'am. And then for a young girl or some underage from you is miss. Excuse me, miss, you forgot your umbrella. Excuse me, ma'am, you forgot your jacket. Or excuse me, sir, do you know what time it is? So these are different ways to ask strangers or address strangers. And so here, again, we have President Moon. And then you would call Dr. Smith or Dr. Jones, right? You just don't say Mr. Smith or Mrs. Smith. They have a title, they have a definite title. And then here also, Professor Kane, and then abbreviated PROF, Professor Kane, yes. So you address them by their titles, if they have a title. Okay, next we see, again, this is the actual dialogue that you listened to in the beginning. So it says, hello, I'm Arturo Valdez, or hi, my name is Alexa Costa. So when we see each other or meet somebody for the first time, we just don't say hi. We don't say, I'm Susie. Out of the blue, I'm Susie. No, we usually say a greeting. Hello, hello, hi. So that's what I wanted to talk next about. So greetings, you can see informal to formal. So formal, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Good morning is usually, actually, I would say in the middle. If it's in the morning, you'll usually say good morning. Another way to say hello, right? Good afternoon and good evening are a little bit formal. We don't really say that. In restaurants, you might hear the host or hostess say it, so that's a little bit more formal. Hello, and then we go to hi, and then we go hey, hey there, that's getting informal, and of course we have the slang, yo, what's up, right? So that's very informal. How do you do? Another formal way to say hello. How do you do? How are you? How's it going? What's up? What's new? And how's everything, or how are things? How's life? How's life? Yes, so that's how we greet. And you can see from formal to informal. Best way is just to say hello, I think. Don't say hey. I've been called hey a couple times and I don't like it. So how are you versus what's up? Both are greetings, but they have different answers actually. So when you're asked these questions, the answer, your response should be different. You can't answer the same for both questions. So if someone asks you, how are you? You should answer by saying how you're feeling. How's your feeling, energy level? If someone says, what's up, they're asking you kind of like what's going on in your life right now. What's happening in your life right now? So those are a little bit different, right? So if someone asks you, how are you? Everyone says, fine, thank you, and you? If it's a joke, it's okay, but there's so many other ways you can say good. So fantastic, couldn't be better. I'm great, pretty good, can't complain. Okay, not bad. I'm all right, hanging in there, been better, not so great, and then terrible. But usually when you meet somebody for the first time, they ask you, how are you? It's just, actually they're kind of just saying that, like a greeting, how are you? So usually just good or great is enough. We don't really say, I'm not doing well, I'm terrible. Maybe to a close friend or family members, but when we're talking to strangers, just want to keep everything light, very light and happy. So you would probably say great or good. So there are other ways besides just fine, just fine. So here, I gave you some examples. How are you? Great. How are you? You ask back. How are you? Great. And you? And you? How are you? Good. How about you? How about you? So again, this is usually you just ask the question back, just to be polite. And then here we have, how are you? Great. Thank you. How are you? So you said, thanks for asking me. And what about you? How are you doing? And so these are very positive, responsive. And then we have, like you normally say, fine, thank you, and you. But if you just say fine, sometimes it has a feeling of it's not that positive. Like, oh, I don't want to talk about it anymore. Just, I'm fine. That's enough, yes. So if you say fine, thank you, and you, then it's a little bit lighter. Depends on your tone. Or if you're just like fine, then people know, okay, not so good, not so good. And then here, when you say not so good, again, that's not positive at all. And people will ask maybe more information. So here, how are you? Not so good. Oh, why? What happened? Yeah, I got a D in math last semester. Okay, so keep those things in mind when you answer. So what's up? People use what's up interchangeably with how are you, but it's not the same actually. Great or good is not an appropriate answer. Like, what's up? Good. What's up? Great. It doesn't make sense actually. So, hey, what's up? You would say, not much or nothing much. That means nothing exciting is happening right now in my life. Every day is the same. Or not much, just doing homework, right? The same things that you're doing over and over. Just the same old thing. Yeah, life is just the same. Nothing's changing. There's nothing exciting going on in my life right now. If you're busy with something new or different and somebody asks you, so something's going on, what's up? What's up? Oh, studying for finals. What's up? Oh, busy at my new job. Yeah. So there are different ways to answer. All right. So here, just again, just a list to show you. The one thing I just want to point out here is when you say, nice to meet you. You know, when you meet somebody, hi, nice to meet you. When you say this, say it only the first time you meet someone. I had a student. Every class, every week, I saw the student would always say, hi, Susie, nice to meet you. Hi, Susie, nice to meet you. And I said, oh, that's just the first time, only one time that you meet someone. So you don't repeat that again because it's the first time you're meeting you. So it's nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. And if you're greeting an old friend, hey, long time no see. Or how have you been? Good to see you again. Good to see you again. And what have you been up to? Similar to like, what's up? Yeah. All right. So let's look at these expressions and see which ones are for hello and which ones are for goodbye. So here we have bye is for goodbye. Good morning is another way to say hello. Good night would be a goodbye, right? Have a good day. Yes, have a good day. Some people think, oh, but isn't that a hello? No, it's when you guys are separating from each other. When you guys are leaving and you say have a good day, like the rest of your day, hope it's good. So it's a goodbye. Hey, hey, hello, hi, again, hello. How are you? Hello, how's it going? Another way to say hello. See you later, see you later, see you tomorrow, right? Talk to you later, another way, say goodbye. And what's up? What's up? What's up? Another way to say hello, right? Okay, that's good. And then here it says match each expression with the best response. So if I say to you, have a good day, you would say, thank you, you too. So when we're saying goodbye to each other, have a good day, thank you, you too. And then number 2, hi, how are you? Hi, how are you? Pretty good, thanks. Pretty good, thanks. Number 3, what's up? What's up? Remember, it's a little bit different. You don't say good or great. Yes, you would say not much, not much. And last, number 4, good morning, good morning. You would say good morning. Yes, very good. So again, here we see, hi Sakura, how's it going? Pretty good, thanks. How are you? Very simple introduction and greeting, right? Yes. All right. I think that's it for today. So see you next time. Arturo Valdez. Hi, my name is Alexandra Costa. Hello everyone, I'm Susie and we're back with Just Let's Speak in English. Okay, so let's continue with from last class. The two, Arturo and Alexandra, have just introduced themselves. They're meeting for the first time. So again, we see, hello, I'm Arturo Valdez. Hi, my name is Alexandra Costa, but please call me Alexa. So last time we talked about hello and hi, and then the first and last names. So today we're going to take it and go a little further with the basic introductions. Basic introductions. Hello, I'm Arturo Valdez, and Alexa says, hi, my name is Alexandra Costa, but please call me Alexa. So when you introduce yourself, I think I mentioned in that first lesson that you say hello or hi. Like, I'm here, hello. So hello or hi. My name is, or hello, I'm, in your name. Or you can say here, like Alexandra did, hi, my name is Alexandra, but please call me, but just call me, and her nickname or shortened name. So if you have a nickname, if you want people to call you that, then definitely use this one here. So for example, myself too, when I introduce myself or meet someone for the first time, I'll usually say, hi, my name is Suzanne, but just call me Susie. I usually say just call me Susie. I prefer that. That's the name I want people to call me. So then the third one is, hi, my name's Susie. It's nice to meet you. Again, a little greeting there. It's nice to meet you. So, nice to meet you. We use that often and you hear it most times, but there are other things you can say. It's good to meet you. It's great to meet you. It's a pleasure to meet you, or it's wonderful to meet you. Oh, so you've heard about your friend's boyfriend for a long time and you finally meet him. Oh, it's wonderful to finally meet you. My friend's been talking about you for so long. And here I put in parentheses, it's, because you can just say, hi, my name's Susie, good to meet you. Hi, my name's Susie, a pleasure to meet you. So you don't have to say it. You can if you want to. So in casual settings, I say this for you to know. I don't think I would say, hi, I'm Suzanne Chun. In a formal setting, I would say my first and last name. But when I'm meeting friends of friends, then I would just say my first name. I don't think they need to know my last name. So usually I would just say my first name. So if you feel like it's a more business-like setting, or listen to the other person introduce themselves, and if they use their first and last name, you do the same. If they just say their first name, same for you. So here, in the dialogue, we heard and saw, hello, I'm Arturo Valdez. Hi, my name is Alexandra Costa, but please call me Alexa. Actually, when I hear people meet each other for the first time, hello, I'm Arturo, just Arturo. And then Alexa would say, hi, my name's Alexandra, nice to meet you. Just call me Alexa. So I don't think there's last names usually said. And so in the picture again, we see now they are friends, or they just met for the first time, and she's waiting for another friend of hers. So Alexa says, hi, Sujin, this is Arturo Valdez. He's a biology student. And Sujin says, nice to meet you, Arturo. I'm Sujin Kim. So now Alexa is introducing Arturo to another person, right? So Alexa is introducing Arturo to Sujin, and then Sujin and Arturo are meeting for the first time. So the first one was when you meet someone for the first time. The second one is when you introduce someone to another person. So when you are introducing someone, and I said just Annie, to another person, Bob. So I would say, hi, Bob, this, and usually I do a little hand motion. Hi, Bob, this is Annie. This is Annie, this person here standing next to me. This is Annie. Or, Bob, I'd like to introduce, Bob, I'd like you to meet my friend, Annie. Bob, I'd like you to meet my friend, Annie, my friend. Or, Bob, let me introduce you to my wife, Annie. My wife, Annie. Yeah, I should have changed that maybe to husband. But did you notice I said my friend or my wife? So usually it's good to tell the other person what the relationship is between you and the person that you are introducing. So for example, you'd say, I'd like you to meet my classmate, my friend, my coworker, my colleague, my boyfriend, my girlfriend, my husband or wife, my brother or sister. So showing that relationship. How do you know this person? How do you know this person? As you can see in the first one, hi Bob, this is Annie. Okay, who is Annie to you? So is Annie your friend or is Annie your coworker? What's the relationship? So when you go abroad and maybe you're studying in an English-speaking country, especially if you go to America, we don't use the words senior and junior. Like I would not say, this is my senior Annie, or this is my junior Annie. We don't use those titles, okay, those terms. So I would say just this is my schoolmate, my classmate, or just my friend. Also, I've noticed a lot of Koreans always saying, oh, this is my brother, or this is my sister. I'm like, oh, really? You guys don't look alike. So if you know how Koreans have the relationships and they call older brothers, oppas, or older brothers hyung or something like that. But if you go to America and say, this is my brother, we Americans think, oh, really? Like you guys are real, actual brothers. So you have to be careful about the relationship that you say that you are. All right, so let's continue. So they're meeting for the first time. Sujin looks very happy. And what do you notice in the photo? Yes, what are Sujin and Arturo doing? And you can see here the hand. Yeah, what do you say? They are shaking hands. They are shaking hands. So when you meet somebody for the first time, depends. You know, sometimes maybe they won't. Or if the other, what I usually do is I wait for the other person. If the other person wants to shake my hand, you know, and has a hand out, of course I will shake their hand. But I usually don't, I'm not usually the first person to put out my hand. But in this case anyways, they're shaking hands. I'd like to say when you do shake hands, please don't do a light shake. Like a lot of people, I shook someone's hand one time and they were very, very delicate. It was too delicate. So not like you're Hulk, the Super Hulk or Superman or anything like that, and you grab them and see how strong you are. But it's we call a firm handshake. A firm handshake, just to show kind of like, I'm confident. It's nice to meet you. Yes, this is who I am. So make sure you have a nice firm handshake. Yeah. So I will show in the other lesson I showed you, I think I showed you these pictures, but you can see in a business setting, definitely, yes, put out your hand and shake their hand. In a classroom setting, usually you're not going to shake everyone's hand, so I would just, hello, wave your hand. So some important phrases are, I'd like to introduce you to, it's a pleasure to meet you, great to meet you, everyone calls me, just call me. So these are similar. Everyone calls me Susie. Yeah. Just call me Susie. This is how nice to meet you, and please call me. So where would you place each one? So for introductions, what would you say? What did you remember? Yes, I'd like to introduce you to, or this is, and let me introduce you to. For greetings, what would you say? It's a pleasure to meet you, great to meet you, or how nice to meet you. And if you want somebody to call you by your nickname, then you would say, everyone calls me, just call me, or please call me. So you can let them know. Very good. All right, so some things to remember when meeting someone for the first time or introducing someone. First and last names, especially in a business setting. If it's just you're meeting a friend of a friend, usually it's just your first name. The greeting, hi, how are you? Right? So it's a pleasure to meet you. Nice to meet you. A firm handshake if they put their hand out first. And the relationship of the people. So if you're introducing, this is my cousin, this is my brother, this is my friend. And then make sure that you do have eye contact. Always look someone in the eye. It's a very American culture thing and not quite so much in Korea, right? So make sure, especially with native speakers, foreigners, make eye contact. All right, so here it says, where are you from, Alexa? And Alexa says, Brazil. How about you, or what about you? I'm from Mexico. So on that form again, there was one line and it was nationality. So where are you from? What's your nationality? It's a little bit different. It's a little bit different. You have to be careful again here. It's similar to how are you and what's up. So where are you from? Where are you from? They're asking for the country. So it's a noun. So example, England. Then what's your nationality? What's your nationality is more of an adjective. So you don't say, what's your nationality? I'm England. I'm England. No, what do you say? Yeah, I'm British. So you can see Argentina, I spelled it wrong, sorry. Argentinian, Canada, Canadian, Turkey, Turkish, Germany, German, Italy. I'm from Italy. I'm Italian. And the last one, Venezuela. I'm Venezuelan. So you can see the countries. Where are you from? Where are you from? They want to know what country. What country did you come from? And then what's your nationality? What's your nationality? So you would say, right? Okay. So here, again, on that form, the last one was occupation, right? We saw the form occupation. There's some debate on if you say what the person does. So for example, in our conversation, it says, "Hi, student, this is Arturo Valdez. He's a biology student." Well, because they are at university and they are university students, she's giving a little bit more information about Arturo. So saying he's a biology student. And it's kind of inferring that you would say what job that person has, occupation. But when we introduce someone for the first time, we usually don't say what the occupation is. What the occupation is. I don't say, "Hi, student, this is Arturo. He's a lawyer." Usually we don't say that. Later on in the conversation, we might ask, but in the beginning when we first meet each other, it's just usually names and where are you from? Where are you from? So here we have statements with the verb be, So here, I am, you are, he is, she is, it is, we are, they are, right? And then when we usually have conversation, we usually use contractions. So that's where I'm, your, he's, she's. And then here, he says, I'm from. So when somebody asks you, where are you from? And the answer you say is, I'm from, here, Mexico. You're from Brazil. He's from Japan. She's a business student. It's an exciting city. We're in the same class. They're classmates. So when we have statements and we use be with be, we have to know what the subject is, and then so subject is I, then we use am. Subject is you, are. So this is something just for your review. So here, I made a little chart here. Country, so what would you say? I, what? I am is are. Am is are. So I am from Korea, and then we'll just use the contractions. I'm Korean. I'm Korean. She, right, is from Mexico, so she's Mexican. You are from France, so you're French. They are from Brazil. They're Brazilian. He is from India. He's Indian, and we are from China. So we're we are Chinese. We are Chinese. Very good. Okay. All right. So pop quiz. What nationality are they? So what would you say? She's, yes, good. She's Japanese. This one's a little bit hard. You could say he's Turkish, or he's Iranian, or he's Middle Eastern. Here, if you know soccer and you know these colors, so they're, yes, very good. They're Argentinian. They're Argentinian. And last, oh, have you seen her before? She's the queen. Yes, she's British. She's British. Okay. All right. And then at the top of that grammar point, there was possessive adjectives. Possessive adjectives. So that's his bag. That bag, this bag here, belongs to that man, right? Some people say that's he bag. No, that's incorrect, because we want to say this bag belongs. That's where the possessive comes from. That means it belongs to that person. So that's his bag. That's his bag. So use possessive adjectives when you talk about something that belongs to someone. Here we are talking about names, right? So here, that's what they were talking about, I think. So my name is, that name, Susie, belongs to me. So my name is Susie. His name is, her name is, right? So I is my, he, his, she, her, we are, they, their, and you, your. What's your name? What's your name? So here you can see, let's do a couple sentences. Complete the sentence with the verb be and possessive adjectives. So number one, it says name is Aiko Yoshida. So that person's name, it belongs to that person. So my name is Aiko. So from Japan, what is that? I am or I'm from Japan, and family is in Nagoya. So the family belongs to me because I am Aiko. So my family is in Nagoya. And then brother is a college student. Again, that's brother kind of belongs to me. We're in the same family. So my brother is a college student and name is Haruki. So his name is Haruki. Yes, that name Haruki belongs to my brother. Number two, let's see, name is Matthias. So again, my name is Matthias. Similar to the first sentence, I'm from Santiago. Really nice city. So which one do we use? Not a boy or girl, so yes, it is. It's a really nice city. My sister is a student here, and my parents, or our parents, excuse me, because he has a sister, our parents are in Chile right now. So the parents belong to both of us, my sister and Matthias. Number three, I'm Angelica, but everyone calls me Angie. My last name is Newton. I'm a student at City College, and again, they didn't talk about sibling, a brother or sister. So my parents are on vacation this week, and where are the parents? They're in Las Vegas. Right? So here again, let's really quickly, now we're introducing someone else. This is Dulce Castillo, and she is a new student from Santo Domingo. So you can always make sure and say she is. She's a new student from Santo Domingo. My name, so is Sergio, and you're talking about yourself. So I'm from Brazil. Number three, my brother and I, so the both of us, we're gonna use our students here, and our names are named in chat. Number four, that person, so he's Kento. Yeah, it can be a little bit confusing, but here, he is, it didn't say name, just saying he is Kento. He is 19 years old. And last, number five, they're in my English class. It's a big class. All right, that's all for today. So I'll see you next time. Who is asking for a person, right? Who is your English teacher? Who is your English? Hi everyone, it's Susie again. Let's just speak in English. Let's continue. So now that we've introduced ourselves, what do we do next? So here you can see in the box, they've introduced themselves, and now Arturo says, hi, so you're from South Korea? And Sujin says, that's right, I'm from Seoul. Cool, what's Seoul like? And Sujin says, it's really nice. It's a very exciting city. So did you notice he asked her some questions, right, about her, where she's from. So you're from South Korea. Oh, okay, what's Seoul like? So usually we ask questions to get to know the other person a little bit better. So for me, I usually say there's two types of questions. There are to get to know you. So there are information questions, which I sometimes say information questions, sometimes I say WH questions, but they mean the same. And then yes or no questions. So these are the two types. Type 1 is information questions. Type 2 is yes or no questions. Okay, so let's start with the first one. What are some questions might you ask someone that you meet for the first time? What are some questions do you ask? Think about when you meet someone for the first time. If you're in college, if you're in university, usually you ask, what's your major, right? Or maybe what year are you? What year are you? Something related to that you know that they're a college student. But maybe you don't know much about them. You might ask, are you a student? Are you a student? Or what's your favorite music? So you try to find what their hobbies are, what their interests are. Favorite food, where are you from, right? I think these two ones, it's a stretch. It's like later when you get to know them a little better. When's your birthday? And maybe they're really tall and you can say, oh, how tall are you? So those are some questions you want to know. So let's start with the information questions, the WH questions. So here, the WH question he asks is, what is soul like? What is soul like, right? So information questions with the verb be. When we want to find out new information about someone in English, we usually use this structure. So we have WH, who, what, when, where, and then we have how. And plus the verb be, and usually it's the is or are, right? Because I'm not going to ask myself about I am. So how tall are you, right? You, so we'll use are. When is your birthday? So birthday and then is. So question words, like I said, WH, and how. So where, place. Whenever you hear, use these hints. Whenever you have even like a TOEIC test, some other kind of English, when someone's speaking English, if they ask you a question, the first word is your biggest hint. So where are you from? Where are you from? So you can say, oh, place. They want to know a place. So where is your hometown? Where is your, so you just have to hear where and hometown, and you can answer. Where is your hometown? When is usually a time. So when is your next class? Who is asking for a person, right? Who is your English teacher? Who is your English teacher? Why? Why is always the hardest one to answer, actually, because you want a reason. It's not that easy. So why are you studying English? Travel, for TOEIC test, for why? What do you want to do? And what is a thing? That's hard to explain, yeah. What is your favorite movie? And how is usually an amount. So you can think of how, like a level almost. How many students are in this class? How many students are in this class? So a lot of time in conversation, we use contractions. So you can see, we don't say, he is a biology student, or I am student Kim, or so you are from South Korea, right? So we use a lot of contractions. That's, I'm, what's, it's, yeah, so. Contraction, even with the questions, we can make into contractions. So again, who is he? Who is that woman? Who is that student? So we say whose. Where is, where's. Where is the library? What's for lunch? When's dinner? Oh, you can see I like food too much, right? So again, when we're using the contractions, right? So where is, here, he is, she is, it is, it's similar. So when we have our information questions, the WH, then we can make them into contractions. And that's what we'll use mostly when we're doing speaking English. So here, WH questions with be. So where's your friend? Again, asking for location or place. He's in class. Who's Sujin? She's my classmate. What's Seoul like? What remember I said what is a thing, but this one is asking what is something like? What is something like? So it's asking for you to describe. What is Seoul like? What's Seoul like? It's a very exciting city. Where are you and Vanessa from? We're from Brazil. How are your classes? Yeah, they're pretty interesting. So you want to, how are? We talk about amount. So how well do you like your classes? How do you like? Oh, they're pretty interesting. And again, here is what and like. So what are your classmates like? Can you describe them to me? So they're really nice. They're really nice. So number one, it says, that's Mrs. Adams. So the question is, who? Who is that? Whose? Who's that? That's Mrs. Adams. Number two, she's from San Diego. She's from San Diego. So what did we say? San Diego is a place. So where's she from? This can be a little bit hard to pronounce. So sometimes we can just say, where is she from? Where is she from? Where is she from? Where is she from? Number three, it's Caroline. It's Caroline. So what are we looking for? Yeah. What's her first name? Number four, their names are Mason and Ava. Their names are Mason and Ava. So Mason and Ava, they are people. So who? We're looking for someone. So who are the students over there? Who are the students over there? Number five, they're from Vancouver. Again, place. So where? But this time, because we have they, we have to use are. Before we said, where is she from? Where is she from? Because the subject is just one person, she. This time it's they, which are Mason and Ava, so are. Where are they from? And number six, they're shy, but very friendly. So you see two blanks. So I told you, what are they like? Can you describe them to me? What are they like? They're shy, but very friendly. Okay. So information questions with be, again, just to show you, here's the information question. Here is the verb be, and it changes depending on the subject. So what is your name? Who are they? Where are you from? When is your birthday? And how are you? So your answers, when someone asks you, my name is Susie. They're my parents. I'm from California. When is your birthday? I just pretended. It's tomorrow. It is tomorrow. But notice that most times I'm going to use the contractions. Yep. So keep that in mind. So a sample conversation would be, who's that over there? I think she's new. Well, let's say hello. So B goes over and says, good morning. I'm Alex. And this is Lauren. This is more natural, I think. Just saying their first names. I'm Alex and this is Lauren. And hi, my name's Catherine Guile, but everyone calls me Kate. Great to meet you, Kate. Where are you from? New York. So I like this conversation here, and we can see whose, she's, I'm, names, right? The contractions. And then we also questions. Who's that? Where are you from? Asking questions. So when you ask information questions, the one thing I'd like to point out is your intonation. So it should go at the end of the question. So for example, here, who's that? Who's that? Sometimes people say it can go just like straight across. It's a little bit down. Who's that? Who's that? And here you'll hear my tone of voice. Where are you from? Where are you from? It goes down a little bit. And what's your name? What's your name? It goes down a little bit. You can hear that, right? So at the end of the question, you can usually figure out. It's an information question. So some grammar practice. Let's try one more time. So again, remember, that's Hasna. That's a student over there. So what should be the question? Yes, we'll start with, who's that over there? Who's that over there? Oh, that's Hasna. And Hasna is from Lebanon. So we'll change that to, she's from Lebanon. And A says, she looks very young. And then we can see, I think, and then 25. So what do we ask? Yeah, amount, because we're asking for the age. So how old is she? How old is she? She looks very young. I think, so again, we're asking about Hasna. So I think she's 25. I think she's 25. So here we see the apostrophe S, contractions. So number 2, your neighbor seems nice. And then Ricardo. So what's his name? What's his name? So you have to look at the next line to figure out what the question is. His name's Ricardo. And then again, Guatemala, a place. So where's he from? Where is he from? Where is he from? Number 3, oh gosh, I think new students. So new students, people. So who are they? Who are they? I think they are new students. I think they're new students. You can have the apostrophe RE. And Mieko and Rika. So what are their names? What are their names? And number 4, it was nice to meet your brothers. So again, Greg is 14. My older brother David is 28. So asking for age and amount. So how old are they? How old are they? And then here again, occupation, lawyer. So what's David's occupation? And he is a lawyer. Number 5, I'll call you sometime. Thing, phone number, thing. So what's your phone number? And here, what would you say? Good. It's 555-0296. What's yours? What's your phone number? Oh, they start with the same, 555. And number 6, again, email address, a thing I want to know. So what's your email address? I'll send you a note and you say it's choi23@kr.com. And kr.com, that's interesting in Korea. So a place. Where are you from? Where are you from? Right? So it's your turn. It's your turn. If I ask you, what's your name? What's your name? You would say, my name's, right? Good. If you don't hear what I say, you can say, sorry, Susie, can you repeat that, please? What's your last name? What's your last name? And if you have a long last name or if you have a first name that's hard to hear or listen to, then you can say, I would say, how do you spell that? So I can see how it's spelled and maybe pronounce it a little bit better. What's your email address? This is a good one. I think you should practice this one. What's your email address? What is your email address? Say it in English, because a lot of people say the snail, right? It's at hotmail.com, at gmail.com, at naver.com. So make sure you can say your email address. What's your phone number? What's your phone number? Sometimes I ask students, so always know the numbers, right? 010, 010. And how are you today? How are you? How are you today? Fine, thank you. And you? No, I told you not to say that, okay? And where are you from? So if you travel a lot or if you meet new foreigners, a lot of times the question is, where are you from? Where are you from? All right, so what are the questions for these answers? Patty is from Brazil. Patty is from Brazil. Then, where's Patty from? Where's Patty from? It's 10:45. It's 10:45. What time is it? What time is it? The concert is on Monday. The concert is on Monday. When's the concert? When's the concert? And Richard is 64. I should say, Richard is 64 years old. Then the question is, how old is Richard? How old is Richard? And last thing again is, remember, the intonation goes down a little bit. Even though I start, where's Patty from? Where's Patty from? What time is it? What time is it? When's the concert? When's the concert? And how old is Richard? How old is Richard? So you can see, I know you think, oh, it's going up, Susie, but at the end, it usually goes a little bit down. All right, that's all for today. So I'll see you next time. Have a good day. Welcome back. I'm Susie and let's just speak in English. So let's continue. In the last class, I told you about information or WH questions. I told you there were two types. So today we're going to do yes or no questions. So first, let's go back and talk about statements with the subject, or not subject, with the verb be, So here we can see I am, you are, he, she, it is, we are, they are, and happy or not happy, right? So with yes or no questions, you can ask the question, am I happy? And the answer is either yes or no. There's only two choices, yes or no. Are you happy? Is he happy? Is she happy? Are we happy? Are they happy? So you can see the answer will be either yes or no. So are you happy? Yes, I am. Or no, I'm not. And is he happy? Yes, he is. Or no, he isn't. Or no, he's not. There's two ways for that one. So you can see with the be, again, is that your book? Is that your book? It's either yes, it is your book, or no, it's not. So it's either one or the other. Is he American? Are you a student? Are they from France? So with the verb be, that one, if it starts with the question, then it's a yes or no question. Another verb that is a yes or no question is the verb do. Do. So I do, you do, he, she, it does. We do, they do. So again, when I ask these questions, it's either yes or no. Do you like pizza? Do you like pizza? Does he play the piano? Does this camera work? Do you speak English? Do you speak English? So all of these questions, the answer is either yes or no. So when you ask these, did you notice when I was asking the questions, my intonation? Could you tell? So it says when you ask yes or no questions, your intonation should go up at the end of the question. So before WH questions, they went down, but for yes or no questions, they should go up. So if you listen carefully to when someone's speaking English or on a test, and you can hear questions on the test, if it goes up at the end, then it's a yes or no question. So that's another hint. So here, do you have a nickname? Nickname? Are you a baseball fan? Does she like pizza? Has it go up? Are they from Canada? So at the end, right? At the end. Goes slightly up. Slightly up. So here we have a sentence. John Mayer is a musician. John Mayer is a musician. So it just straight across. It's a sentence, right? And we just read the sentence the way it is. But when you're asking a question, especially if it's a yes or no question, is John Mayer a musician? Is John Mayer a musician? Right? So we can ask the WH, what does he do? What does he do? It goes down a little bit, so you can see the difference. So anyways, when we make questions, yes or no questions, the subject comes after the verb. So here you can see, this is when I just have my sentences, or we call them statements here. So usually SVO, right? So subject, verb, and then I am tired. He is a teacher. They are British. You are happy. And then when we have a question, we move. Now it's the verb first and then the subject. So here, I made it into color so you can see very clearly. Am I tired? Am I tired? Is he a teacher? Are they British? Are you happy? Are you happy? So again, they're going up, and you can see be verb at the front and then the subject. Yep. All right. So again, going up. You should practice. So here in the conversation, they must be university students and they're on campus. So again, hi Sujin. Hey Arturo, how's it going? Great. How are you? And Sujin says here, I'm fine, thanks. So, are your classes interesting this semester? Are your classes interesting this semester? Are is the verb from B, and then your classes, right? So that's why it's are. And she also says, are you and Alexa in the same class? Are you and Alexa in the same class? And do you have time for coffee? Do you have time for coffee? So notice that yes or no questions starts with be or do, right? The verb do. So yes or no questions and short answers with be. So the first one, it says, are you free? Are you free? So your choice. Yes, I am, or no, I'm not. Notice that we don't say the contractions here with the answers. We don't say, yes, I'm, yes, I'm, or yes, he's. Usually when there are short answers like this, then we just say, yes, I am. No contractions. So are you free? Yes, I am. No, I'm not. Is Arturo from Mexico? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Or no, he's not. Or no, he isn't. Remember I said the two are the same. No, he's not. Or no, he isn't. Is Alexa's class in the morning? Yes, it is the class, right? So it is. Or no, it's not. Are you and Alexa in the same class? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Or no, we're not. And last is, are your evening classes, are your classes interesting? Are your classes interesting? Yes, they are. So classes, yes, they, the pronoun they, and then are. Yes, they are. Or no, they are not. No, they're not. No, they're not. Okay. So complete the conversations. Let's see. Number 1, is Mr. Jones from the United States? Is Mr. Jones from the United States? Yes. So yes, he, good, is. Yes, he is. And he's from Baltimore. He's from Baltimore. And number 2, English class at 2. So English class, what would it be? Yes, we would use is. Is English class at 2? No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Or no, it's not. No, it's not. It's at 3. The class is at 3. So instead of saying the English class is at 3, we can say it's at 3. Number 3, you and Giovanni from Italy. So you and Giovanni, which verb should we use? Is, am, are. Yes. So you and Giovanni are. Are you and Giovanni from Italy? Yes, we are. We're from Milan. We're from Milan. And last, number 4, Mr. and Mrs. Flores. So just to get you back, we talked about Mr. titles, Mr. and Mrs. married couple, and that's just their last name. So Mr. and Mrs. Flores, Brazilian. Oh, nationality, Brazilian. So are, right? Are Mr. Are they Brazilian? No, they are not. No, they aren't. They are Peruvian. They are Peruvian. Okay. So are there any questions here? No? You think you got it? Okay. So let me ask you then. If I asked you, are you from the United States? Are you from the United States? What would you say? So up here, yeah, there you go. So for you, you would say, no, I'm not. I'm from Korea. No, I'm not. I'm from Korea. If you asked me, Susie, I would say, yes, I am. Yes, I am. So number 2, is your teacher from Canada? Is your teacher from Canada? So what would you say? Where's Susie from? So you would say, yeah. No, she's from California. Or you would say, no, she's not. No, she's not. She's from California. Okay. So number 3, is your English class in the morning? Think about just when you're watching this video. So is your English class in the morning? So if it is, yes, it is. If it's not, no, it isn't. And the last one, same as up at the top. Are you free after class? Are you free after class? So, do you have some free time after you watch this video? Yes, I am, or no, I'm not. No, I'm not. Oh, I have another video to watch. Okay, so you're not free. All right, so here, complete the conversations. Number 1, are they in your class? No. So, no, they're not. They aren't. So, you can have it 2 ways. Are they in your class? No, they aren't. Or no, they're not. Apostrophe R-E and then not. I have 2 ways for that. They're in English too. So number 2, hi. And in this class, so what would it be? It's a yes or no question and the person is answering. So you're asking that person. So are, right, you. Very good. So are you in this class? Yes, I am. So you have to think about, yeah, the person is speaking. So what would that person say? Yes, I am. I'm a new student here. Number 3, we just talked about. Now asking you, not your teacher. So are you from the United States? No, we're not. No, we're not. We're from Calgary, Canada. So be careful. Even though it's you yourself, you have to look at the answer. So here, we're from. So it's you plus other people. So we're. So no, we aren't. We aren't, or no, we're not. Number 4, hi, Monica. And we just talked about this one too. Are you free? Are you free? No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm on my way to class. I'm on my way to class. Number 5, that's the new student. Okay, that's the new student. So we know he or she. And then here it says he's from Uruguay. So asking, is he from Paraguay? Is he from Paraguay? No, he isn't. No, he isn't. He's from Uruguay. And 6, again, from Indonesia, and we see she's. So the question is she? Very good. Is she from Indonesia? Yes, she is. She's from Jakarta. She's from Jakarta. All right, so here we see, looking back on the conversation again, are your classes interesting this semester? And Arturo says, yes, they are. Yes, they are. So the classes, they, and then yes, they are. Sujin also asked, are you and Alexa in the same class? Are you and Alexa in the same class? No, we aren't. Again, Alexa and Arturo. No, we aren't. And so my class is in the morning, her class is in the afternoon. So we can see the answer, how they answered. Yes or no question and the verb be. All right, so what are some yes or no questions about this person? What could you ask? Remember, we're asking one person, so most of the time is, right? And she. So we can ask with do. Does she look pretty? Does she look pretty? Is she married? Is she married? Is she smart? Is she the president of Canada? Is she an actress? Is she an actress? Does she live in America? Does she live in America? And is she Hillary Clinton? So all of the answers, yes or no, right? Yes or no. And then because she, Hillary Clinton, she, then we're using is. And when we use do as the verb, the subject is she, so we use does. And all of the verbs are at the front when we ask the yes or no question, right? The verb and then the subject. So does she? Is she? And then now here, it's a group of people now, right? It's a group of people. So what do we ask? We don't say he or she, right? So is this a baseball team? Are there more than 5 players? Are there any female players? Are they a baseball team? Do you think they're the best soccer team? And is this Manchester United? Yeah, so here, because I'm asking as a team, one. So is this a baseball team? And then here now, are there more than 5 players? Are there any female players? Yes. Are they on a baseball team? Do you think that, so asking you now, do you think, in your opinion, so you, and I'm going to use do. So what do you think? Yes? I'm not sure. So here, continue with the conversation here. So are your classes interesting this semester? Yes, they are. I really love biology. And then Sujin says, biology. Yeah, so remember he is a biology student. So talking about school subjects. So here you can see math for the first one. When they use that microscope, what subject are they studying? Yeah, usually biology, living organisms. And then number 3, looking back at the past, they're dressed in medieval clothing. What subject is that? History. Looking at maps, which subject is that? Around the world, yes. Geography. Not many people study that one, right? And then here, oh, they're exercising. What could that be? What subject is that? PE. PE stands for physical education. This you can't tell very well, but reading literature or writings in English. So that would be literature. Yep, books. And then here they have some substances. They're mixing it together and maybe something's going to happen. So which subject is that? That is chemistry. And the last one, we can see maybe about gravity. Gravity, light, energy. What is that? That's a big one here, I think. A lot of people study physics on campus, right? So what is your favorite school subject? I think maybe 80% of us would pick PE. PE, yeah. Or what subjects didn't you like or don't you like? Math probably, and maybe chemistry for me. Yeah. So what I wanted to point out here is know your major. In the dialogue, it said Arturo was a biology student, right? So for you, because you are a college student, you should know, I guarantee people are going to ask you. If you say you're going to university, they're going to ask, what are you studying? Or what's your major? So please know what your major is in English. Yeah. So computer science, communications, political science, government, business, economics, English, language, and literature. Sometimes we say it short. We just say English lit. Architecture, psychology, nursing, chemical engineering, biology, agriculture. I see the agriculture building. Art, so design or graphic arts. Which one is it? Sociology. There's so many majors. Just make sure that you know your major in English. Just always know because people are going to ask you. So let's try listening. I like this one because it has everything that we talked about. So you're going to listen to conversations and what is their first name? What is their last name? Where are they from? Remember, where are they from? I'm asking for the country, and what do they study? So one of my always hints is whenever you do things like this, you can write everything in Korean because it's a listening. What did you listen to? Is it correct? When you spend too much time trying to fill in with the English and write in English, it's too hard. So get the answer first. So let's listen.
1.
Bill, this is my friend Amber. She studies history too.
Hi, Amber. I'm William Davis, but everyone calls me Bill.
Nice to meet you, Bill. What's your last name again?
It's Davis. D-A-V-I-S.
And where are you from, Bill?
I'm originally from Chicago. My parents have a house there.
Cool. And do you like studying history?
Yes, I do. I think it's really exciting.
2.
Okay, Ms. Ortiz. Let me just check this information. Is your first name Josephine?
Actually, it's Josephina. It's spelled Josephina.
Okay, thanks. And you're from Costa Rica, right?
Oh, no, I'm not from Costa Rica. I'm from Mexico.
Oh, sorry. Mexico. But you are studying English.
Actually, I'm not. I'm a business student.
Business. Okay, got it.
3. Excuse me, are you Jun Young Park?
Yes, I am.
Is your brother Min Soo Park?
Yes, he is.
Tell me, is Min Soo still here at the university?
No, he's not. He's at home in South Korea.
Oh, he's in South Korea. Is he in school there?
Yeah, he's studying math at Seoul University.
So the first one, William, but he says to call him what? Bill. Yeah, so William, sometimes short, is Bill or Will, depending on the person. Yeah, actually, I have a cousin named William, and he goes by Bill. Okay, what's William's last name? William's last name, did you catch that? Davis, and they spelled it for you, D-A-V-I-S. So to clearly spell the name so she can hear and understand, and then she can pronounce it well. And where is he from? He said he is from Chicago, Chicago. And then what does he study? What does he study? He studied the same as the other person that they were introducing to, and that was history. The second person, Miss Ortiz. Her first name, and they spelled it out for you, right, was Josephina. And where is Josephina from? She's from Mexico, and she studies business. And the last one, I think the publishing company must like Korea because they always mention Korea. So Min-soo, what was his last name? Min-soo? Yes, Park. And where is he from? We heard, Korea. And what does he study? And they said math. Oops. So one thing I wanted to point out to you, did you hear on the second conversation when they're talking to Josephina? He kept asking questions and she says, actually, and you hear it often in that conversation. So when do you use that word actually? I hear people misuse it sometimes. Actually is to point out when something is different information. So he says, oh, you're from Brazil, aren't you? And she said, actually, I'm from Mexico. And then he said, oh, you study, I don't know what he said. You study psychology. And she said, actually, I study business. So when she's pointing out or making a correction, then she uses the word actually. All right, so last, what's the question again? Frank is 59 years old and Barbara is 47. So what would the question be? How old are, again, how old is because we're talking about age, and then we're talking about Barbara and Frank, so are, we're using the verb are. Adam is from England. Where is Adam from? Mayumi is a pharmacist. Mayumi is a pharmacist. What does Mayumi do? And then Pam majors in urban engineering at CBNU. Whoa! So I told you a lot of people would ask you, what's your major? What does Pam major in? Or what does Pam study? And number 5 and 6 are yes or no questions. And number 5 is going to be starting with do. So yes, Bruno and Amanda are both part-time servers at Vips. So do Bruno and Amanda have part-time jobs? Yes. And number 6, no. Frank is not married, but he has a girlfriend. So what's the question? Is Frank married? All right, this is the all-in-one. So everything we've learned so far, so it's the verb be, possessives, my, him, her, contractions, it's, their, WH questions, and yes or no questions. So if you can do this, you've got it down pat. So number 1, it says Ji-won. Hi, I'm Ji-won Park. I'm from Korea. And asking your name. What's your name? And Rosa says, my name is Rosa Pereira. And Ji-won says, good to meet you, Rosa. Again, from Brazil. So, where are you from? Common question. Where are you from? Where are you from? Rosa says, I'm from Brazil. And asking, this is a yes or no question because Ji-won says no. So, you is the subject. So, what would be the verb be? Are you from Seoul? No, I'm not. And then here again, I'm from Busan. And Rosa says, that woman over there. So another person. And it's a person, so the question is who, right? And since it's a person, we're going to say, who is that woman over there? And Ji-won says, okay, it belongs to this girl. So we're using possessive. So her name. The name belongs to Felicia. So her name is Felicia Costas. And from Argentina, so she is from Argentina. She's from Argentina. And then number 2, we see Roberto. Hello. He introduces himself. Hello. What do we say? I'm Roberto Barreto. And Li Wei says, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Roberto. I'm Li Wei Chen. And Roberto says, again, 2 students over there. So we're talking about Leon and Helen. So he's asking about people. So who are the 2 students over there? And Li Wei says, they're Leon and Helen. He's from Colombia and, okay, Helen is a female. So she's from Mexico, I think. She's from Mexico, I think. Okay, if you could do that, then you're all set. You know all the things that I've taught you so far. So have a good day and see you next time. let's just speak in English. In the next few slides, I'm going to show you pictures of people and you try to guess what their job is. Okay, so hopefully I picked good pictures. Do you know the name of this job? Okay, it's not mom. She's not her mom. So they're playing together and she's a bit younger. Maybe a college student. So what do we call this job? Yeah, babysitter, a babysitter. How about this one? You can see they're at the gym. They're at the health club, right? They're at the gym. And so she is, we say a fitness instructor or a personal trainer. And this one is office assistant or administrative assistant. It sounds really nice, right? So administrative or admin, we make it short, admin assistant. And then can you see? Yep, she's trying to sell a tie and shirt to the customer and he's trying to sell TVs and electronics to this couple. So what do we call these people? Sales associate or sales person. And then here, this one's an interesting one. Yeah, so here, it's a person that is working for their company and trying to make their company onto these different social medias. We call them a social media assistant. Social media assistant. Trying to get their company on different social medias and maintaining and just keeping it on track. And then this one, again, not his brother or not his father. Maybe a little bit older, another college student, and helping him study. So a lot of you maybe have this part-time job. Yeah, tutor. We say a tutor. Sometimes we say a private tutor. We use it as a noun and a verb. So he is tutoring the boy. He is tutoring the student. So these were popular part-time jobs in the US. I was a little surprised, especially with maybe the babysitter and the fitness instructor. I didn't know those were, well, babysitter, yes, popular part-time job, but the fitness instructor and the social media assistant, I didn't think that was very popular back home. But I know a lot of kids, teenagers, when they're in their like 18, 19, they are usually a sales associate at the mall, or a lot of kids start their first job is to be a babysitter. Tutors, not so much. I know a lot of Koreans that are tutors. Yes, but not in America. So out of these, which one do you think is the most difficult? Honestly, for me, I probably think that being a babysitter, even though I have kids too, but to take care of another person's child, it might not be that easy. So do you have a part-time job? That's the question. Do you have a part-time job? Oh, it's a yes or no question. Do, right? So do you have a part-time job? Yes, I work part-time at, and usually you name the place. So yes, I work part-time at Olive Young. I work part-time at the library. I work part-time, so the name of the restaurant, place, wherever you work, usually that's how we say. Or do you have a part-time job? No, I don't. No, I don't. Okay. Second, have you ever had a part-time job? Maybe right now you don't have one, but have you ever had one? Like in the past? So yes, I used to, in the past, I used to work at the library. I used to work as a tutor. I worked in a restaurant. And then here we have you ever had a part-time job? No, I've never had a part-time job. Oh, really? You're so lucky. And so part-time, when we talk about part-time is working 39 hours or less per week, And full-time, when we talk about full-time, is working 40 hours or more. 40 hours or more hours a week. So usually when you have a full-time job, you work 40 hours. It's 8 hours a day and multiply by 5 days a week. So that's how they get the 40. So full-time is 40 hours, and anything less than that, we consider part-time. All right, so let's look. Office work. If you look on this side, there's different jobs. what do we consider as office work? Office work. So an accountant, someone who is good with numbers, right? An accountant. A receptionist. A receptionist, this is a little bit different from a, what do you call it, secretary. Receptionist is usually a person that just answers the phone at the office. So keep that in mind. Receptionist, we have a web designer that works in an office. And other ones, I was thinking maybe sales manager or a secretary. So a secretary is a little bit different. Receptionist only answers the phone, and a secretary could do other office job. So answers the phone, takes notes, maybe calls customers, does different things. And then how about we go to food service, cashier, and then a chef, a server, and other jobs that I thought of too were maybe a dishwasher or a host or hostess. And part-time job, a lot of students, college students, are a host or a hostess at a restaurant. Travel industry. Travel industry, we have a flight attendant, a pilot, of course, a tour guide, and some other things I thought were travel agents and translators. In the last entertainment business, we have a dancer, a musician, singer, so things that entertain other people. So actor, actresses, and maybe a radio DJ. Those are other jobs in the entertainment business. So I was thinking, oh, do you know the names of all these jobs? If you look at the pictures, maybe, maybe not. So here we can see like a carpenter, a cook or a chef. We have a dentist, a doctor, maybe an engineer or an architect, an engineer or architect. We have a firefighter, a front desk clerk, so usually at the hotels, a front desk. Even when you go to a hospital or some office, there's always a front desk. A graphic designer, a lawyer. This one is we call a mechanic. Now be careful, it's spelled with a CH but pronounced with like a K, mechanic. Auto mechanic, so automobiles, auto mechanic. We have nurses. An office manager is someone who takes care of all the workers that are in the office. We have a police officer, a reporter, like, you know, for KBS or SBC, and we have a restaurant host, like we said, a host or a hostess. Salesperson, we talked about, or a sales associate, we said that. Security guard, it could be a police officer or a security guard. Taxi driver, a teacher, and then we have a vendor, So a vendor is someone who usually sells something. And you see them mostly in like stalls outside. So at a flea market, right? Or just even food trucks. Instead of a truck, if they just have a stand or tent, we usually call them a vendor. All right, so some other jobs. It's important for the other jobs because of pronunciation, because this one always gets my students. They always say photographer, but it's actually pronounced photographer. And then the second one, real estate agent, buying and selling or renting houses, apartments. Hairstylist, hairdresser. We used hairdresser for a long time, but now hairstylist. A pharmacist, a model, not model, a model. An athlete, computer programmer, architect. Again, we have the CH and it's kind of pronounced with that K sound, architect. A full-time student, that's kind of your job, right? You don't get paid to do it, but it's almost like a full-time job. So a full-time student, a judge, politician, lawyer. Homemaker, stay-at-home mom. Please be careful sometimes when you're studying English, you'll talk about family and they'll ask, what does your mom do? What does your mom do so as a job? So if she just stays at home, then stay-at-home mom. Well, my mom's a stay-at-home mom. Sometimes we just say S-A-H, or you can say she's a homemaker, but be very careful and don't say she's a housekeeper. I know it kind of sounds like she's keeping our house clean and efficient and running, but that is an actual job, housekeeper, where you go to someone's house, another person's house, or at a hotel, and you clean the rooms. That is what we call a housekeeper. So your mom doesn't really get paid, right, to clean your house, so don't call her a housekeeper. Sometimes we joke, we joke. So if somebody asks me, oh, what does your mom do? I can say, oh, she's the CEO. Oh, she's the CEO of what? Of our house, Or she's the manager of our house. So it's kind of nice to give her uplifting title, maybe a title. Self-employed. My parents are self-employed. That means that maybe they own their own business. Yeah, they don't work for a company. They employ themselves. They give themselves a job. So self-employed. So if your mom or dad have a restaurant, or if they own their own taxi, if they own their own car, their taxi, then you can say, oh, my father is self-employed. My parents are self-employed. The job that every person wants in the world in Korea is a civil servant. Civil servant, sometimes called a public servant or a government official. And then we have this, it's not really a job. Some people will say, what do you do? And you can say, oh, I'm between jobs. That means unemployed, no job. And then the last one, retired. So when you hit a certain age, then you're no longer able to work. You're retired. All right, so let's continue. So what's your dream job? I hear this a lot here. What's your dream job? I don't think I would really ask this question of what is your dream job. I would more say, what do you want to do? What do you want to do in the future? What do you want to be in the future? So maybe for me, I'd said, I've always wanted to be and we have articles, so be careful, a singer. Yes, on stage singing. But I have the worst singing voice in the world, so that dream is over. Okay, so this is Derek and this is Amy. And what do you think they do? What do you think is their job? So look at Derek. What do you think is his job? And what do you think she does? Why don't we listen and then find out?
What do you do, Derek?
I work part-time as a server.
Oh, really? What restaurant do you work at?
I work at Stella's Cafe downtown.
That's cool. How do you like it?
It's okay. I'm on my feet all day, so I'm always tired. What do you do?
I'm a dancer.
A dancer? How exciting!
Yeah, it's great. I work with incredible people.
That sounds really nice. But is it difficult?
A little. I'm on my feet all day, too, but I love it.
So, do you remember now listening? Derek has a full-time job. Is that true or is that false from what you heard? Is that true or false? That was false. He works part-time at a restaurant, right? Number two, Derek is always tired after work. Did you hear? Yes, that is true. And last, number three, Amy, what's her job? Dancer, right? Amy doesn't like her job. True or false? That was false. She loves her job, right? As a dancer. So here, I wanted you to listen one more time and then let's repeat. So for example, listen to their intonation. So listen one more time.
What do you do, Derek?
I work part-time as a server.
Oh, really? What restaurant do you work at?
I work at Stella's Cafe downtown.
That's cool. How do you like it?
It's okay. I'm on my feet all day, so I'm always tired. What do you do?
I'm a dancer.
A dancer? How exciting!
Yeah, it's great. I work with incredible people.
That sounds really nice. But is it difficult?
A little. I'm on my feet all day, too, but I love it.
All right, so let me be Amy and then you answer. So If I say, what do you do, Derek? What do you do, Derek? Think about how you would answer. So you don't say, I work part-time. I work part-time as a certain, no. So try to remember how they said it. So, what do you do, Derek? Oh, really? What restaurant do you work at? That's cool. How do you like it? I'm a dancer. Yeah, it's great. I work with incredible people. A little. I'm on my feet all day too, but I love it. Okay, so can you hear the difference? So let me try and I'll be Derek this time. So you start. I work part-time as a server. I work at Stella's Cafe downtown. It's okay. I'm on my feet all day, so I'm always tired. What do you do? A dancer? How exciting! That sounds really nice, but is it difficult? Okay, very good. So with these dialogues, repeat. Don't be embarrassed. If you're at home or you're listening, just mouth it and have it running in your head. But it's good practice. I mean, that's going to help you. You have to do it every day to help with your pronunciation and your intonation. In the dialogue, it said, what do you do, Derek? Right? What do you do, Derek? A long time ago, people used to ask, like, what's your occupation? And remember the form I showed you before? The last thing you can see is occupation. And usually this is for like a business setting. Even in business, we wouldn't say, what's your occupation? If you are at a bank and you're filling out a form and the person is filling the form out with you, then they would ask, what's your occupation at that time? Because it's exactly like this on the form. But usually we don't ask in normal conversation. I probably wouldn't ask, what do you do until later on, maybe. It's just because sometimes it's a bit rude to ask somebody, what do you do? Like, what do you do to make some money? And we don't really talk about money. So some people are in between jobs. We talked about that, are in between jobs. That means that they're unemployed and they might feel a little bit uncomfortable, right? If you don't have a job and someone says, oh, what do you do? Can you remember, like, if you go to like, when you go to like Thanksgiving, Korean Thanksgiving or Korean New Year's and your whole family is gathering and they're asking you questions. So do you have a job yet? Are you going to get married soon? Do you have a boyfriend? You don't like that, right? So it's the same. It makes the person feel a little uncomfortable. So we don't really ask, what do you do? What do you do? You shouldn't, and you should try to avoid that. You should try to avoid that. So, but if somebody does ask you, what do you do? If someone asks you, what do you do? How would you answer? So for you, if you're a CBNU student and you're going to school full-time, I would say, I'm a full-time student. I'm a full-time student. I'm a full-time university student. But usually looking at your age, they would probably know that you are a university student. All right, so, you know, both of them say, I'm on my feet all day. I'm on my feet. So think about literally, you're always on your feet, right? So what kind of jobs are people on their feet all day? So many jobs: nurses, hosts, hostesses, cashiers, bartenders, carpenters, salespeople, construction workers, teachers. Yeah, so we're on our feet all day long. So sometimes it can be a little bit tiring, right? So here, let's see if you remember the jobs. Sarah works in a hospital, but she isn't a doctor. What is she? She's a nurse. She's a nurse. Don't forget the article. Don't forget the article. I'll probably mention the article later on again. Number 2, Bill works in a restaurant, but he doesn't cook. What does he do then? He's a server, or you could say he's a host. He's a host, right? So either one. Number 3, Ricardo takes people on tours of Mexico City. So he's a what? Yeah, that one I tricked you. I didn't even mention that today. He's a tour guide. He's a tour guide. Number 4, Marianne sells cars. She is a salesperson. A salesperson. Number 5, Daniel works in an office. He answers phone calls. Remember, he answers phone calls only. He's a receptionist. And last, number 6, Phil plays in a band. What is he? He's a musician. You can say he's a drummer. He's a guitarist. He's a singer. Okay, so all of those answers work. Yeah? All right, good. Number 7, Laura works for an airline, but she isn't a flight attendant. Okay? She's what? The person who drives the plane. A pilot. A pilot. Number 8, Jason and Lisa wear uniforms. They check the building to make sure it's safe. What are they called? They are security guards. Security guards. Okay? Yeah? All right. Number 9, Mrs. Taylor works at a cash register. She is what? Think about when you go to the market, maybe. She's a cashier. She's a cashier. And number 10, I like that, Ms. Rita Jones teaches Spanish at a high school. She's, yes, a teacher. She's a teacher. Okay, so that is it for today with jobs. What do you do? See you next time. Hi everyone, it's Susie and let's just speak in English. So we're gonna do a little grammar today. Sorry, a little boring maybe. Simple present. So I think it's something you're familiar with, so I'll go by it a little bit quickly. So the subject and the verb, right? So here with the verb here, work, the verb is work. We can see when the subject is I or you, it's just work. When it is he or she, it's works. And you can see that with other verbs. Take, takes, study, studies, teach, teaches, do, does, go, goes, have, and has. So just to see a little more clearly, walk. When you have the verb walk, I walk, you walk, he, she, it walks. We walk, they walk, right? So we have it also with the verb have and do. So basically, you can see the pattern, right? So every time we just use the verb with the subject, unless it is the third person, we say the third person. So he, she, or it. We add s or es, or sometimes it's irregular, right? Okay, so other verbs, eat, sing, learn, watch, go, be, laugh, run. So remember we did a lot with be. So I am, you are, he, she, it is, we are, they are. Remember? And we can do it with anything. Learn. I learn, you learn, he, she, it learns, we learn, they learn. Okay? Yeah, so that you already know. So taking from the dialogue that we heard with memory, remember? Do you remember with who? I remember, but there's a question here. I work part-time as a server. I work at Stella's Cafe downtown. I'm on my feet all day, so I'm always tired. Who said this? Yeah, that's why I didn't give it away. Do you remember Derek? Yeah, Derek works part-time as a server. Yes, so he's the one that says, I work part-time as a server. I work at Stella's Cafe down. So notice I and then the verb work. I again work. I and then am on my feet all day. So I again the verb be am always tired. So let's change it to the third person. So he works part-time as a server. He works at Stella's Cafe downtown. And what do we change it to? He is. He's on his feet all day, so he's always tired, right? And then again, same with Amy. So the previous dialogue was about Derek and Amy. Amy said, I'm a dancer. I work with incredible people. I'm on my feet all day, but I love it. So how can we change it? How can we just describe Amy? So we say, she's a dancer. She works with incredible people and she's on her feet all day, but she loves it. Okay? So here, showing you, what do you do? I'm a student. I have a part-time job too. So it's the simple present, right? The simple present. Because the subject is I, the verb be is am, and the verb have just stays have. Where do you work? So we're asking, that's the verb work. I work at a restaurant. Remember when we had that? We showed the subject. So when you have I, you, it stays the same, right? And then when he, she, it changes. So here again, where do you go to school? Where do you go to school? I go to the University of Texas. Now we're going to ask about other people. Notice how it changes. What does Amy do? So does change because of Amy here. She is a dancer. Where does she work? She works at a dance company. How does she like it? She loves it. In the beginning we said, I love it. She said, I love it. But when we change the subject, she loves it. So again, we have the verb, work, works, take, takes, study, studies, teach, teaches. So you can see here, works, works, yep, loves, love, yep. All right. Oops, going the wrong way. So just to show you again, what do you do? What restaurant do you work at? And how do you like it? Notice the changes, right? So here we have WH plus do or does plus the subject and the verb. So now we change the subject to what does he do? What restaurant does he work? And how does he like it? So the first here, verbs are changing due to the subject, right? And the back verbs just is the same, original, leave it alone, don't touch it. Okay, so here let's practice. Number 1, it says, what do you do? What do you do? So this do is because of the you here, and then we just leave this verb alone, don't touch it. I'm a full-time student. I study the piano. And now I'm going to ask the same question again. And here, where do you go to school? So the answer was Brooklyn School of Music. That's a place. So where do you go to school? So the verb is go. I go to the Brooklyn School of Music. Wow. Do you like your classes? So asking. They're asking for them, and then the classes, something them a lot. So how do you like your classes? How do you like your classes? I like them a lot. I like them a lot. Okay. Number 2, what Tanya do? She's a teacher. So now the subject is Tanya, so the do changes. What does Tanya do? She's a teacher. Okay, an art class at a school in Denver. So the verb, she's a teacher, so what's the verb? Teach, right? A teacher teaches. So she teaches, we add the ES because of Tanya, at a school in Denver. And what about Ryan? Where? He's asking the question where. So do or does? Which one? Good. Does, because we're talking about Ryan. Where does he work? He works for a big company, computer company in San Francisco. And the last one, and then asking more information. What does he do exactly? He's a web designer. He designs. So if he's designing, you can say he draws or he makes fantastic websites. As long as the verb has an S, right? As long as you change it, S or ES. He makes, he designs, he draws, right? Because of the subject, he. Okay, and last one, number 3, what? Now it's Bruce and Ivy. So there's 2 people. So what do, again, we go back to do. What do Bruce and Ivy do? What do they do at an Italian restaurant? It's really good. They work. They work at an Italian restaurant. They are self-employed. They are self-employed. That's nice. Now I just want to know about Ivy's job. So what is Ivy's job? What is Ivy's job? Well, she manages the finances, and Bruce, again here, works in the kitchen. Works in the kitchen. You could have said she manages the finances and Bruce manages in the kitchen. But we're talking about work. We're talking about work. Okay. Number 4, where Allie work? Where does Allie work? He works, again, at the university. He has a part-time job. Remember I asked you, do you have a part-time job? So have, has, because of Allie, he. Really, what does he do? He, again, so we're using the verb do. He does office work. How, again, he, like it. So how does he like it? Not much, but he, gets extra spending money to spend. So he gets or has some extra money to spend. Okay. So let's practice once more again, where remember with Derek and Amy, the sentences were I. Now we're going to change it to the third person. So I'm a mechanic. I fix cars. I work in a garage. So how will we change that? He's a mechanic. He fixes cars. He works in a garage. Okay, very good. And number 2, I'm a cook. I cook food. I work in a restaurant. Okay? So she. She's a cook. She cooks food and she works in a restaurant. Very good. Number 3, I'm a math teacher. I teach math to students. I work in a school. So she's a math teacher. She teaches math to students and she works in a school. Okay? And last one, I'm a taxi driver. I drive a car. I take people to the places they want to go. He's a taxi driver. He drives a car. He takes people to places they want to go. Okay? Yep. So let's practice. They're all on the bottom, so you just have to pick the right one. You have 50-50 chance each time. So Tiffany says, your brother. So what does your brother do? What does your brother do? And he works for the city. He's a firefighter. How, again, how does he like it? Remember the second verb we don't change. We're only looking at the one here and do or does and then the subject. It's a rewarding job. He likes it very much, but he works long hours. And what, asking you, so what do you do? What do you do? Tiffany says, I'm a student. I study geography. Oh, really? Where do you go to school? I go to Matthews University. My brother, be careful now, my brother goes there too. I see. And what does he do, right? Because of the subject he, my brother. He studies graphic design. Ah, that sounds interesting. That sounds really interesting. Okay, so remember I told you about the articles about jobs. So we use a with singular nouns before a consonant sound, and we use an, a singular noun, before a vowel sound. And we never use a or n with plural nouns, right? So he is a singer, he is an accountant, he is a good singer, he is an expensive accountant, and they are good carpenters, they are expensive accountants. So here we can see he's a carpenter. He works for a construction company. He builds schools and houses. Number 2, she's, okay, it's an office manager. Office starts with a O, a vowel. So an office manager. She works for a large company. Again, interesting, starts with an I. It's an interesting job. Number 3, he works in a restaurant. He's a server. He's also a part-time student. He takes a business class in the morning. Oh, I'm sorry, in the evening. And then number 4, she works for a travel company. She arranges tours. She's a travel agent. He has a difficult job. He's a flight attendant. He works on an airplane because of the A. They are, yes, plural, so nothing. They are dancers. They dance at a dance company and they are really amazing dancers. Again, plural, so no article. We're going to listen to a dialogue. I work in the afternoon. So here is the dialogue. Listen, and I blanked out some of them, so I'll ask you questions, so listen carefully.
I need to go to National Bank downtown, please. I'm late for a meeting.
No problem. What time is your meeting?
In 10 minutes. I don't usually work in the morning.
Really? What time do you usually go to work?
I work in the afternoon. I start at 1.
That's pretty late. Do you like to work in the afternoon?
Yes, I do. I work better in the afternoon. I finish at 7 or 8, then I go home and eat dinner at around 10:30.
Wow, you have dinner late. I go to bed every night at 8 o'clock.
Really? That seems so early.
Where does she work? She says, I need to go to, did you hear? National Bank. She works at National Bank and it's located downtown. And what time does she usually start work? I work in the afternoon. I start at, yeah, she said at 1 p.m. And she says, what time does she eat dinner? Then I go home and I eat dinner at, did you hear? Around 10:30 p.m. Around 10:30 p.m. Okay, that's pretty late. So we're going to talk about time expressions. Time expressions. So we can see here, I get up at 7 in the morning on weekdays. I leave work early in the afternoon on Thursdays. I go to bed around 11 in the evening on weeknights. I get home late at night on weekends. I stay up until midnight on Fridays. I exercise before noon on Saturdays, and I wake up after noon on Sundays. And then we have expressing clock times 7 or 7 o'clock, and then 7 in the morning or 7 in the evening, or like I said, 7 a.m. or 7 p.m. So here we can see at, in, and on. So notice which ones do we use at with? Can you see from there? Yes. So we used it with, oops, at here, time, and then we use it also with night. And then morning, you can see in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evenings. And then for on, there's a lot, right? On weekdays, on Thursdays, on weeknights, on weekends, and then we have on Fridays, Saturdays, and on Sundays. So the preposition of time rules are, we use on with the names of dates or days. So on Thursday, on Monday morning, on New Year's Day on special occasions, on May 3rd, on the weekend, on Sundays, on a weekday, on my birthday. Okay, and then we use in with periods of times, so centuries, decades, years, seasons, and months. In 2008, in July, in the spring, or just in spring, in an hour, in the morning, in the 20th century, in the 1950s, in 2 weeks. And then we use at with specific moments of time. So at 9 o'clock, at dawn, at noon, at sunrise, at dusk, and at midnight. So you can see I put a little star in the morning and here at midnight. Be careful with morning, afternoon, evening, at night, because we use in with morning, afternoon, evening, but for night and midnight, we use at. So here, choose the best time preposition. Disco music was popular 1970s. In, because 1970s could be from 1970 to 1979, so it's a period of time. My son was born November 11, 2007, so that's only one date, like a specific, that day will not change. So he was born on. Number 3, classes start the 2nd of March. The 2nd of March. In, on, at, it would be on that day, that particular day, and there's only one of those days. Number 4, the Titanic sank 2:20 a.m. April 15th, 1912. So the Titanic sank, because actually the time is first, we're gonna go with at 2:20 a.m. because it's a time. Number 5, my daughter was born November 2010. So in months, in years we talked about, so we'll use in. And number 6, we're going to the movies. You know, I said at night, but because of the Friday, it's on Friday night. Number 7, I normally sleep at midnight. Number 8, most American schools start, it's a season. So we'll say in fall. Some of the dates are a little bit different, but in that period, so we say in. Number 9, you can cook a hard-boiled egg 12 minutes. In 12 minutes. 12 minutes in that period. And number 10, our class is on Thursdays at 9 in the morning. So a day's time, and then this is in a little period of time. In the morning could be about between 3 hours to 4 hours. Okay, that's it for today. Let's continue next time. See at, on, and in. So we talked about this. So remember, at is when we use it with specific time. So I wake up at 7 o'clock. She returned home at midnight. There's only one. Also, sometimes you use it with a holiday period like Christmas. So you can say on Christmas, which is that day, or at Christmas. We use on with the days of the week. We will visit you on Wednesday. So when it's just the day, use on. Specific days, I return to my country on the 27th. So there's only one 27th of that month. So that's why we use on, a specific day. And we can also say maybe like on my birthday, because that is just one day of the year. Also for dates, we get together on Christmas Day or on July 5th. So specific dates. We'll use in for a little bit broader time. So in with months. So January, February, March, April. So in, my birthday is in January. Years, America was discovered in 1492. Seasons, so spring, summer, fall, or autumn, and winter. And then we have length of time. It will be ready in 20 minutes. So a period, just think about like a set, like from start to beginning, there's like a little period of time. And for centuries, life was different in the 15th century, because the century is 100 years long. Okay, so think about a period, even a month, from the 1st to the 30th, sometimes 28. And then we have parts of the day, which can get tricky, but easy to remember. In the morning, I go to the gym in the morning. In the afternoon, I often feel tired in the afternoon. In the evening, I study English in the evening. And the special, kind of like the irregular, when we talk about irregular verbs, at night. You just have to remember that one. When it's night, we say at night. I like to read books in bed at night. And then here we have on plus the day plus part of the day. So we will have a party on Friday night. Because of the day, it's on. And here too, our flight leaves on Monday morning because Monday comes first. So that's a day, and so we'll use on. So let's practice. Number one, we play football night. We play football at night. So always just remember at night, at night. Number two, David goes to bed. It's a specific time. At that time, then we say at again. Three, my sister was born, and there's only one of those days. So we'll say on, a specific date, on April 13th. I like to go skiing. It's a season, winter. So we think period of time here, and it's going to be in winter. So I like to go skiing in winter. Winter could be what? December, January, February. So any in that time, I go skiing. So that's what we consider winter. So in that time, think about, you can go here in December, or here in January, or here in February. And number five, I study English the evening. So we said in the morning, in the afternoon, and in the evening. So what do you do Saturday afternoon? So a little tricky. Remember, the day came first, so Saturday. So we're going to use on. Every weekday morning, I usually get up, and it's a time, a specific time. So at 7 a.m. to go to work. And number 8, weekends. I like to sleep in on weekends, on the dates, on the 2 days. On weekends, I like to sleep in. Number 9, again, Sunday is a day. So we're going to use on. On Sunday, I go to church in the morning. And last 10, I get home late Tuesdays. So every Tuesday on that day, every Tuesday, on Tuesdays, because I get off work, and again, time, at 8 p.m. Good. So with time expressions, we have exact like at, in, on, but then there's expressions like early in the afternoon, around 11 in the evening, late. What is like late? What is how late? until midnight, before noon, before 12, and then after 12, afternoon. Not afternoon, but afternoon. So I found this calendar, kind of like clock, we would say. So here you can see in the day, so about 6 a.m., sunrise, and then morning, midday, so noon, and then we have the afternoon, and then we have sunset, so when the sun goes down. That's usually we say dusk, dawn. And then we have the evening time, then we have midnight, and then it's again morning, right? We say like 1 a.m., 1 in the morning, 2 a.m., 2 in the morning. So this is considered morning. So when I was thinking about this, I was like, okay, morning, everyone is different, but if you kind of get the idea, morning could be like from early morning, I would say about 5:30 to about 6:37. That's what I would call early morning. And morning, I would say until maybe about 10:30, 11. And then we have like afternoon, which is about, I would say maybe about 12 to about, maybe about 3 or 4. And then we have evening, which I would say evening, probably 5 o'clock to 8 o'clock. And then night, I consider probably after 8 p.m. to at night, maybe about 10 p.m. And then late night, I would consider like 11 and until midnight. So that's why we got early in the afternoon. I leave work early in the afternoon. So if you leave work is usually you finish at 6 p.m. So if you leave work early in the afternoon, I would say after lunchtime, maybe around 2 or 3. I go to bed around 11 in the evening. So around 11, I would say like 10:50 up until maybe 11:15, 11:20. I get home late. If you say you get home late, I would consider late. Usually, like I said, people get off work at 6 p.m. So I would say late is maybe about 7, 8 p.m. Even past that, so 9. I stay up until midnight. Until is to a point. So you are awake from when you wake up all the way until this time. So until midnight, you are awake and then you go to sleep. I exercise. Noon is here. So whenever you wake up, say you wake up at 6 o'clock, then you exercise any time before 12. So you could exercise at 10, you can exercise at 11. Or if you wake up at 7 and you exercise at 8, that is before noon. And then the last one, I wake up after noon. So a lot of you, especially during vacation, you guys go to sleep really late, maybe even past 11, maybe until 1 or 2 a.m. And then you wake up after 12. So maybe you wake up at 12:30 or 1 p.m. in the afternoon. So around late, early, until before and after. So here I got a clock about 3 o'clock. Around 3 is between, just think about when the minute hand is in between about 2 and the 4. Until 3, so before, that means before, and the last time is 3 o'clock until this time. Before 3, again, it's any time before. After 3, anytime after. When the small hand is moving that way. Late at night, again, it depends on your definition of what's late. So late at night, I would say maybe about 9:30, 10 to midnight is late at night. And early in the morning. So for you, maybe early in the morning is 7 o'clock in the morning. But for some others, it might be early in the morning, like 5 o'clock or 6 a.m. So when people say it, you got to think about, oh, what do you think is early? What do you think is late? So let's choose. It says, number 1, I get up at 6. And then we said weekdays. So that's going to be on. And number 2, I have lunch 11:30 on Mondays. So 11:30 is a time, so we're going to use at. And then Monday is a day again, so we're going to use on. And number 3, okay, now here's the tricky part. Around 10, around 10. So we don't have it at 10. If at is one of it, it would be the time. So we're going to use around. I have a snack around 10. And then remember, night was a special case. So at night. So I have a snack around maybe 9:50 to about 10:10, 10:15, around that time. So if you think about 10 and then just the time around it. Number 4, Fridays. So again, a day on Fridays. I leave school, yes, early. So school maybe ends at 3 p.m., but you leave at 1:30. So you leave it early. You could have it on Fridays. I leave school before, and then if there's a time, before 3 p.m., before something. There has to be another item there. Number 5, I stay up. Okay, I stay up. What time? Like, what's the limit? So I stay up until 1 a.m. and then weekends on. I'll use on weekends. And last, number 6, I always laugh at it because it might be different for you. You might think it's a different answer. So number 6, I sleep noon Sundays. So I sleep until noon on Sundays. So you sleep until 12 o'clock, it's lunchtime, and then you wake up on a Sunday. A Sunday afternoon is you're usually lazy. So some people say, well, I sleep around noon. Well, if you do sleep, or maybe your schedule, it is possible. I sleep around noon on Sundays. Maybe you have a late job on Saturday. Maybe every Saturday night you go to a club. So you go to sleep around noontime on Sundays. It is possible. But for generally most people, we sleep until noon, have a lazy Sunday. All right, number 7, I have dinner at 7 on weeknights. Number 8, I read a book after you go to sleep. No, before you go to sleep. Number 9, on weekends, I go to bed at specific time, 1 a.m. Number 10, on Thursdays, I leave work and it's 9 p.m., exact specific time. So at 11, I work until on Wednesday. If there was a time, I could use until 9 p.m. on Wednesdays, but because there's no time, I don't know when it's going to stop. So I work late on Wednesdays. And number 12, I study until 11 after dinner. Again, this one, number 6 and number 12. So you could say I study around 11 after dinner. So maybe you have a late dinner and then you start to study at 11 p.m. But again, most people generally, they eat dinner around 6 p.m., 6 or 7. And after that, if they study, they'll study until 11 and then go to bed. So that's why it's that answer. All right, so here, how does Patrick spend his weekend? Complete the paragraph with the time expressions. You can only use that word one time. You can't use it again. So here they already used on, and so we can't use it again. So let's try to do it together. Oops. Everyone knows Patricio at the hospital. Patricio is a part-time nurse, so he works less than 40 hours. He works at night on weekends. On Saturdays and Sundays, specific days, Patricio sleeps most of the day and wakes up a little, 9. We know this one, the evening. So that one, we know this one. Usually at 8:45 or 8:50. So it's not exactly, right? So a little before 9, 8:45 and 8:50, it's before. So a little before 9, and then again, in the evening. He has breakfast very late, 9:30 or 10. 9:30 or 10 p.m. So we're going to use around that time, we don't know, around 9:30 or 10, okay? He watches television, 11 o'clock. So until 11 o'clock, and then starts work. Okay, midnight, we said at midnight. And then what's left? Early or late? Okay, so in the morning, usually around 5 a.m. Is that early or late? That's pretty early. So early in the morning, usually around 5, he leaves for work, has a little snack, goes home, goes to bed, and sleeps. Yeah, here, last one, late. It's a perfect schedule for Patricio. He's a pre-med student on weekdays at a local college. So he's a full-time student and he has a part-time job. Very interesting. So you can see, you have to read very carefully and choose the right word, right? Yeah. So which days do you get up early? Which days do you get up early? So this is a time for you. If someone asks you, what would you say? I get up early on, do you ever get early? Probably only on days I go to school, right? On school days, or on days I have classes, early morning classes. So I get up early on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And then what about, when do you get up late? I get up late on the weekends or on Sunday. Maybe there's just one day that you get up late. So you like to sleep in. Be careful, sleep in and oversleep are something different. Sleep in means that you have nothing to do in that day, so you can sleep more. If you overslept, that means that there is something you had to do, but you slept too much. So for example, I have some students say, oh, teacher, I sleep in. Oh, no, you missed my class, student. You overslept. So if you had a class you were supposed to go to and you didn't come because you slept too much, that is, you overslept. If it was the weekend and you had nothing to do, no plans, then you sleep in. I like to sleep in on the weekends. Here, I get up late on the weekends. What's something you do in the morning? So in the morning. So you can see the verb, it's a routine, so it's just a simple present. I wash my face in the morning. I drink coffee and read the newspaper in the morning. I put on makeup and get dressed in the morning. And I eat breakfast in the morning. And last, I exercise in the morning. So we can see in the morning. Okay. What's something you do before English class? So before you see this, what do you do? What do you normally or usually do? So before English class, I go to the restroom before English class. I maybe get a drink of water. Or I drink water before English class. Or I chat with my friends before English class. Or I check my phone. Sometimes I play a cell phone game before English class, right? What's something you do on a Saturday evening? So on a Saturday evening. So remember evening, we said, oh, Susie, it's in the evening. But because it's Saturday, we'll say on. We're going to say on. What's something you do on a Saturday evening? I watch a movie on Saturday evening. I play tennis on a Saturday evening. I meet my friends on a Saturday evening, or I stay home and relax on a Saturday evening. Or you can say, I spend time with my family on a Saturday. If you are a college student, you probably don't. You go out. I go out on a Saturday evening. And which days do you stay up late? So are there some days that you stay up late? So I stay up late on, of course, Fridays and Saturdays. I stay up late on the weekends. I stay up late maybe on Wednesdays because you don't have class on Thursdays, right? Yeah, so you stay up late. Or you stay up late on Wednesdays and Thursdays because there's a drama on TV. Maybe a TV show you like. Which days do you go to bed early? Are there any days that you go to bed early? Maybe you have to go to class. There's an early morning class. So I go to bed early on Sundays. Every Sunday I go to bed early because Monday I have work or school or class. I go to bed early on weekdays. I like that one. I go to bed early on weekdays. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Those are the days I go to bed early. And I go to bed early on maybe specific days, Monday and Fridays. Mondays and Fridays. And what do you do after dinner? What do you do after dinner on weeknights? So I read a book after dinner on weeknights. So usually weeknights, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I brush my teeth after dinner on weeknights. I take a walk or I go for a walk. And I do the dishes and then I watch YouTube after dinner on weeknights. I relax, right? I relax. What do you do after lunch on weekends? I take a nap after lunch on weekends. I exercise after lunch on weekends. And I drink coffee after, most people, I think this one, I drink coffee after lunch on the weekends. For me, for Susie, I wash the dishes and then I watch TV after lunch on weekends. It's either this one, take a nap, or wash the dishes. So here, I like this one. It's a good listening one. What hours do you work? So listen to Aaron, Madison, and Kayla talk about their daily schedules and complete the chart. Again, Aaron, so his job is a carpenter. What time does he get up? And what time does he get home? And what time does he go to bed? So you're going to hear some time expressions. And for Madison, again, same. And then Kayla has no information, so you have to listen carefully.
What do you do, Aaron?
I'm a carpenter.
Oh, yeah? So what hours do you work?
I work 8 hours a day from Monday to Friday. I get up around 6 a.m. and I work from 7 a.m. until 3 p.m. I get home pretty early, about 4 p.m. I go to bed at 10. And what do you do, Madison?
Well, I'm an accountant. It's a regular 9-to-5 office job, so I get up at 7 a.m. and get home around 6 p.m. That's okay, though, because I like to go out at night. I go to bed around midnight on weekdays.
What about you, Kayla?
Well, my hours are a bit different. I'm a nurse. I start work at 11 at night. I work until 7 a.m.
Wow, so what time do you get up?
I get home at 8 and go to bed at about 8:30, and I sleep until 4 p.m.
And what do you do in the evenings?
Oh, I have dinner, watch TV, see friends. It's a great schedule for me.
Aaron, what time does he get up? He gets up at 6 a.m. and he gets home early, right? 4 compared to other people usually, right? Most people come home at 6. So he comes home a little early, 4 o'clock. And then he goes to bed at 10 p.m. Since he has to wake up early at 6. And Madison, what's her job? We talked about jobs last time. So she's an accountant. She wakes up at 7 a.m. and gets home at 6, a regular 9-to-5 job. And then she likes to go out, she says, and then she goes to bed at midnight, which I think is a little late. And then Kayla had the interesting schedule. So if you listen carefully, it was a little bit difficult. So if you get this right, your listening's great. What is her job? She's a nurse. And then what time does she get up? At 4. And she gets home at 8. And she goes to bed at 8:30. Let's look at the dialogue. So again, what do you do? I'm a carpenter. And what hours do you work? What hours? I work 8 hours a day from Monday to Friday. So he gets up around 6. He works 7 to 3, and then he gets home pretty early around 4 and go to bed at 10. So we know that. And then he's polite and he says, well, what do you do, Madison? Asking the same question. She's an accountant, and it's a regular 9-to-5 job. Long time ago, it was like 9 to 5, but nowadays it's like 9 to 6. So she gets up at 7, gets home around 6 p.m., and then she goes out at night. Yeah, and then she goes to bed around midnight on weekdays. And here, this is the one you're looking for. What about you, Kayla? What about you? She says, my hours are different. So that's why, starts work at 11 at night. So it's not that she wakes up or she goes to bed at 11. It says she starts work at 11 at night, and she works until, so 11 p.m. all the way until 7 a.m. And Madison says, what time do you get up then? That's a weird schedule. She says, I get home at 8 and go to bed at 8:30 a.m. in the morning. And then she goes to sleep until 4. So she sleeps 8:30 p.m. until 4, and then she wakes up, so until 4. And what does she do in the evening? She has dinner and watches TV. So that's why the answers were like that. All right, so really quick question before we go is, are you an early bird or a night owl? So we usually have that in conversation when we're talking with our friends. Are you an early bird or a night owl? Can you tell the difference? So you can say, I'm definitely a night owl, or I think I'm more of an early bird. Okay, so while you're young, most of you are gonna say, I'm a night owl. I like to hang out with my friends. I like to go drinking and partying maybe. Nowadays, Susie's getting older, so I think I'm more of an early bird. Wake up early, less sleep, right? So there's this little comic. The morning person says, I love breakfast, the sun, the peace and the quiet. And the friend says, I don't know why we have to wake up so early. Why are you so happy? So when you see a happy person and they're very lively and energetic in the morning, you can say, oh, you must be a morning person. And then we have the night owl. The friend is sad and says, can we go home now? I'm sleepy. And the night owl says, it's just 11:45 p.m. The night is still young. The night is not over yet. We have so much to do. So I feel like sometimes in Korea, because you have the night life, a lot of neon lights and everything's open and some things are 24 hours, a lot of people are night owls. All right, that's it for today. So see you next time. it's Susie again, and let's just speak in English. So, have you ever heard of something called small talk? Is small talk when small people talk to each other? Is it like this? Small people? No, come on. Small talk is starting a short conversation, a very quick conversation about just a general topic. I believe it's a social skill, and it's used especially when you meet new people. And so I feel like you should learn how to do this. It's kind of almost like with practice, and you should learn this technique maybe, or how to do this small talk. So who makes small talk? People who don't know each other, and people who are acquaintances. Have you ever heard that word? Acquaintances. It's like maybe you've seen them, or you heard about their name, or you've seen them around with other friends, but you don't know, you're not friends with them. You're not friends with them yet. So I would say strangers, acquaintances, friends, right? So those are the levels. Where do people make small talk? Well, anywhere, basically. So it could be at the office, in the elevator, bus stop. It's not very common in Korea, but this is something you do mostly from where I'm from, America. And why do people make small talk? Why do we need to do this? Well, it's to get to know someone, and maybe if you guys are all sitting around, or maybe you're in a situation where you're just standing, waiting for something, then you can break an uncomfortable silence, like, instead of staring at each other. But you know what? Most people these days are on their smartphones, so they don't really need to do this, but I feel like it's a dying art. We need to keep this alive. What do people make small talk about? This is the big part. General topics. So when I talk about general topics, is it okay to talk about politics? Is it okay? Who did you vote for last time? Did you vote for Trump? Did you vote for President Moon? So it's not appropriate, right? It's not good to talk about that. Why? Because you guys can start fighting. And we just want to make small talk, something that's very light and just generally usually positive. So we don't want to talk about anything negative. We have different political views, not a good idea. Hobbies, okay, yeah, we can talk about what you like. Weather, also, it's fine to talk about the weather. Negative comments or gossip. So sometimes this is not, again, I told you, we want to stay positive. So it's a little inappropriate. Is it okay to talk, how much money do you make? How much money do you have right now? Can I borrow some money? It's not appropriate, right? Personal information. How old are you? Are you married? Do you have any health problems? Are you okay? So again, that's a little too personal. We say it a little too personal. And favorite TV shows, movies, or music. These days, you know, a lot of music is happening on TV, so that one also is okay. Like kind of general, something that you can talk light about and quickly about. So most common topics to start small talk is the weather. And you can also start with your surroundings. What is around you? Some shared situations, like if you're all in a classroom, if you're all standing in line for something, if you're all in a waiting room, then you can maybe start a conversation. And you can also give a compliment. It says, you rock, you rule, right? So nice bag. We want other person to feel a little bit happy and positive, and that's how we'll break the silence, and then we can start some general conversation. So I thought, here's some small talk tips. When you engage in small talk, if you don't understand, and even when you're speaking to me, you can always say, sorry, pardon, could you repeat that please? Or could you say that again? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. What did you say? So you want to make sure, like, I'm listening to you, but I just didn't hear you. So could you repeat that? Because I want to still keep talking with you. And then one culture note here is that when you talk to foreigners, there are certain questions you should not ask. So what may seem okay here in Korea is not maybe appropriate for foreigners, and they can kind of, if they don't understand Korean culture, they can consider it a little bit impolite or rude. So examples of personal questions. How old are you? In Korea, it's very important to know who is older because then you have your formal language, right? Your politeness. In English, I told you before that we can only say sir or ma'am to someone who is older and show a little bit of politeness. So asking someone how old they are isn't very nice. Do you have a boyfriend or girlfriend, or are you married? Yeah. Right off the bat, the first questions you ask about their age and if they're married or not, it's inappropriate. So maybe later when you get to know someone, it's gonna naturally come out if they have a boyfriend, if they're married or not, okay? Who did you vote for? So who did you vote for? We never talk about politics. Even with my best friend, I don't ask her who she voted for. Yes, that's a no-no. How much do you make? Salary, we don't talk about money. In most cultures, I think we don't talk about money. How much do you weigh? That is a bad one. So how much do you weigh? Never ask, never ask. We always have this saying that never ask a woman's age or weight. Yes. And what's your religion? Yeah, it's a touchy, we say it's a touchy or very sensitive subject. Sensitive subject. So that causes maybe a little bit of a negative energy. Maybe you have one religion and I have another, and then we don't like that. So be careful. Again, no personal questions. So all of these questions are a little too direct and too personal, and people might ask, like, why do you want to know? What do you want to know this about? It's my private information. So I don't want to share it with you, and you shouldn't be asking. So don't make the other person feel uncomfortable. So if you are asked a personal question, if somebody says to you, may I ask you a personal question? So most foreigners know what is personal and what's not, so they ask first, permission. Can I ask you a personal question? And you can say, yeah, sure, go ahead and ask me. Or, well, it depends on the question. It depends on the question. If it's too personal, then maybe I'm not going to answer it. If it isn't, then I will answer it. So, well, it depends on how personal. So if it's too personal, it's okay to say, I don't want to tell you. So you don't have to feel pressure. You can just say, sorry, I'd rather not say, or sorry, that's a bit too personal. That's a bit too personal. So for you, you're just being honest. You're just being honest. I don't want to answer that question. I think it's a little personal. The next one is, it's none of your business. It's none of your business, or mind your own business. This is a little bit stronger, saying that that is quite an impolite question to ask me. That's a little bit too personal. So it's a bit blunt. None of your business. None of your business. So for example, how old are you? None of your business. I'm not going to tell you. I don't think that's a good question to ask me. And the last one, it's top secret. I can tell you, but then I'll have to kill you. So as a joke, you ask Susie, you're like, Susie, how old are you? And I'm like, dude, that's top secret. Don't ask me. If I tell you, I'm going to have to silence you somehow. Okay? So if you want to ask someone a personal question, just ask them before you ask that question. May I ask you a personal question? Or do you mind if I ask you a personal question? So you're asking permission. Is it okay to ask a personal question? And they may or may not answer. So just have that in mind. Don't think they are rude if they don't answer. It might have been a personal question. So then, culture tip here. I'm sure you've learned now these days, especially Americans, I think. I'm not sure about Europeans or other countries. Just actually for myself, this is my personal space. You have to pretend that we each have our little bubble and we're walking with bubbles around us. And so you can see here, when it's just social setting, acquaintances and maybe strangers, or, they're about 3 meters away. And then when you're personal, friends, I say a little bit more closer, like you can see here, a little closer, 1.2 meters. And then for really close, like family members, I think, husband, wife, intimate. Yeah, they're very close to you. family members also as well. So here you can see a little bit. Usually I say, when I'm meeting someone for the first time, I don't want someone right up my face and talking to me. So we always say a shoulder length, arm's length, arm's length distance. So when we're talking, I would like to be at least this much apart. Okay, so give me a little bit of space. And then as we get closer to each other, when we become friendlier, come closer and closer and closer. All right, so now that we know what small talk is and what topics we can talk about, how do we start the conversation? Like, what do we say? What do we do? Like, do we punch the person and start talking to them? So be careful, and we talked about this. We talked about yes or no questions and WH questions, information questions. So it says, don't just ask yes or no questions. And don't answer yes or no to a question asked, okay? Try to ask more WH questions. Let me show you why. So if a person is sitting next to you and says, do you like this weather? Do you like this weather? It's a yes or no question, and you say, yep. Yeah, nothing else is happening, and that's the end of the conversation. Do you like this weather? Yes. That's it. So instead, maybe you could say, how do you like this weather? How do you like this weather? It's great. I really like sunny days. How about you? Even here, do you like this weather? Yeah. How about you? Or yes, it's really great. I like sunny days. What about you? So always throwing back another question to that person. So you want to keep a conversation going. I always tell my students, it's not just A and B, and then that's it. Conversation is A, B, A, B, A, B, right? So you want to keep it going as long as possible. Listen and ask good follow-up questions. Listen and ask. So follow-up questions are questions that you're listening and then you ask a little bit more specific details, or you're just showing you're interested. So the next question you ask is related to the first one. So listen carefully to the answer and make good, interesting questions that are related to the answer or comment to continue the conversation. And show interest. So a lot of Americans throughout the conversation say, oh, really? Yeah, right? So for example, if I call my friend long distance, she's in California right now, and we talk, and I'm talking, but I don't hear anything on the other end. So I'll say, hello, are you still there? Are you still there? Because if you don't say any remarks or showing me that you're listening, then I think you're not there. So, oh, how interesting. Wow, great, right? So keep saying stuff like that to show interest. And especially if you're in person, then you nod. You're like, I gotcha. I'm listening to you. Yeah, okay. So nod your head. So yeah, really, little comments like that, and then nod your head to show, yeah, I'm listening to you. I'm not zoning out. I'm here. And then body language is very important as well. So facial expression says it all, right? So here you can see her in the beginning, her arms are crossed. How does that look to you? Do you still want to talk to her? Probably not, right? She doesn't look very friendly. She looks a little cold. But here, look at them now and their gestures, and they're looking at each other and they're talking, having a conversation. So your body language, how you stand, how you look sometimes, smiling is one of the major things whether you start a small talk conversation or not, because if I see someone who's grumpy and like looks like this and not smiling, probably won't start a conversation with him or her. And then leave politely, So when you're done talking to the person, you could say, well, it was nice talking to you. It was nice talking to you. It was nice getting to know you. I have to go now, but it was great meeting you. And sorry, I have a class now, so maybe I'll see you again. So you wave and say goodbye, and just don't run away. If you're talking and then they turn around and just walk away, maybe I said something wrong. So make sure you leave on a good note, a really positive note, a good note. So when you have time, watch a clip. There's a clip if you go into BeepTube. You'd see these two men. I took a screenshot of these two men, and try to figure out what's wrong with the conversation. So I took a little piece of it. And so here they are, A and B. So A says, how was the conference? So they're in maybe a company, they're working together, they're in an office. So the man says, how was the conference? And B says, the conference was amazing. It was really good. And A says, how old are you? And B says, I'm 37. And A says, are you married? B says, yeah, yes. And A says, what are your hobbies? So what happened here? Yes, so how old are you? Are you married? Are those good questions to ask? No, we said that those are too personal, didn't we? So what should man A have asked instead? So how was the conference? The conference was amazing. It was really good. So conference, maybe he went on a business trip and there was a conference. So what could we ask? So we want something related to the conference. So where was the conference? So where did you go on your business trip? Where was the conference? Who did you go with? Did you go with another coworker? When was the conference? Did you go last week? Was it last weekend? Was it yesterday? And what was the conference about? So you're interested about the main topic, which is the conference. So good follow-up questions. Here are good follow-up questions. So in America, it's pretty easy to start a conversation with anyone. So here, what if you're sitting on this bench? If you're sitting on this bench and someone sits next to you, what could you say? Well, you can start with your surroundings and you can say, nice weather today, don't you think? Or it's sunny, isn't it? Or make a comment like, the flowers are beautiful. Looks like spring is finally here. And then we have here, maybe at your cafeteria in your dormitory, or maybe at the student center at that cafeteria. You're in line. So again, it's a shared situation. So how could we start a conversation? Oh, the food looks good today. The food looks good today. Did you eat the food last night? Or finally, something I like. Or you could ask them, how do you like the food here? Hey, what do you think about the food? And then here in a lecture hall, maybe with your classmates, I find it interesting because in Korea, you are always in the same classes with the same classmates. So whatever classes you have for your major, you all go together and have the same classes. So it's the same classmates over and over. When I was going to university, we would have like a lecture hall and it would be different majors. Different majors. If we chose to take this class, then we would all be in this class. So we didn't have to have the same major. Okay, so you would meet someone new. And so in this case, not in Korea, but in this case, maybe you would say, oh, the lecture's so boring. The professor is just so monotone. There are a lot of students here. Or do you remember what was the homework? And when is this class over? Or you can even ask, hey, what's your major? What's your major? Yeah, so you could use that here. And then what about if you're in a bar? Like I've seen this many times. In Jungwon, you go to a bar at night on a weekend or a weeknight, and you see a foreigner and you know you want to talk to the person, but you don't have enough courage and you don't know how to start a conversation. Most foreigners are pretty friendly. But you could say, oh, hi, what are you drinking? What are you drinking? Or, hi, where are you from? Say hello first, though, yes. Say hello. Or, hey, how do you like Korea? How do you like Korea? So you're starting to start the conversation. Very positive note and very friendly. So that is it for today. Next time, try it. I hope you do. See you next time.
멍청한 데는 약도 없지.
니코? 정말 멋진 선택이야.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다. 제압되었습니다. First blood. 적을 처치했습니다. 적을 처치했습니다. 아군이 당했습니다. 적을 처치했습니다. 적을 처치했습니다. 제압되었습니다. 적에게 당했습니다. 아군이 당했습니다. 적을 처치했습니다. 제압되었습니다. 적을 처치했습니다. 아군이 당했습니다. 제압되었습니다. 미쳐 날뛰고 있습니다. 적에게 당했습니다. 적에게 당했습니다. 적을 처치했습니다. 곧 포탑 방패가 사라집니다. 학살 중. 아군이 당했습니다. 포탑을 파괴했습니다. 적이 미쳐 날뛰고 있습니다. 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 날뛰고 있습니다. 제압되었습니다. 더블킬. 포탑을 파괴했습니다. 적을 대신해야겠어. 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 적 더블킬. 제압되었습니다. 아군이 당했습니다. 전장의 화신입니다. 포탑을 파괴했습니다. 적을 처치했습니다. 적을 처치했습니다. 제압되었습니다. 아군이 당했습니다. 적을 처치했습니다. 적에게 당했습니다. 적을 처치했습니다. 아군이 당했습니다. 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 아군이 당했습니다. 적이 학살당합니다. 적에게 당했습니다. 제압되었습니다. 마무리. 더블킥. 적을 처치했습니다. 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 적이 미쳐 날뛰고 있습니다. 제압되었습니다. 적을 제압되었습니다. 아군이 당했습니다. 적의 업체계를 파괴했습니다. 포탑을 파괴했습니다. 적을 처치했습니다. 처치했습니다. 미쳐 날뛰고 있습니다. 마무리. 적에게 당했습니다. 적을 처치했습니다. 아군이 당했습니다. 제압되었습니다. 적의 억제기가 곧 재생됩니다. 제압되었습니다. 적에게 당했습니다. 킬! 더블킬 마무리. 있습니다. 적이 미쳐 날뛰고 있습니다. 억제기가 파괴되었습니다. 억제기가 파괴되었습니다. 적에게 당했습니다. 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
It's like a Polaroid love sat down.
너랑 유미랑 우리 함께 잘해보자고. 너랑 유미랑 우리 함께 잘해보자고.
여기 기차와 마주보며 차를 몰고 아슬아슬한 운전을 하며 주변을 박살낸 다음 마치 장난을 치듯 경찰에게 햄버거를 주문하는 이 남자의 이름은 필입니다. 3일 전
Someday somebody's going to see me interviewing a groundhog. Think I don't have a future.
I think it's a nice story. He comes out. He looks around. He wrinkles up his little nose. He sees his shadow. He doesn't see his shadow. It's nice. People like it.
You are you, aren't you?
방송국에서 기상캐스터로 일하는 필은 지방의 한 축제를 취재하기 위해 신입 PD 리타, 카메라맨 레리와 같이 이곳 펑서토니에 도착하죠.
I'm not staying here.
Gary's just dropping me off. I booked you in a very nice bed and breakfast in Cherry Street.
You know, I think this is one of the traits of a really good producer. Keep the talent happy. I'll see you in the morning.
까탈스럽고 자기밖에 모르는 필은 다음 날 리타가 잡아준 숙소에서 눈을 뜹니다. 필은 매년마다 방문하는 이곳이 정말 싫습니다. 이유 없이 친절한 사람들과 시골의 불편한 시설.
Would you like some coffee?
Espresso or cappuccino this morning, is there?
Oh, I really don't know.
Bye.
Will you be checking out today, Mr. Condors?
Chance departure today.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Phil? Hey, Phil? I'm budding Case Western High. Ned Ryerson.
기억도 안 나는데 동창이라 들러붙는 보험 판매원을 떼어내고
Watch out for that first step. It's a doozy.
행사장으로 향하는 필.
Where have you been?
It was horrible. A giant leech got me.
겨울잠에서 깬 다람쥐과의 동물 마멋에게 그 해의 날씨를 점치게 하는 펑서토니의 지역 축제.
아군이 당했습니다. 아군이 당했습니다. 적을 처치했습니다. 아군이 당했습니다. 아군이 당했습니다. 처치했습니다. 적을 처치했습니다. 적을 처치했습니다. 있습니다. 아군이 당했습니다. 적을 처치했습니다. 제압되었습니다. 곧 포탑 방패가 사라집니다. 학살 중입니다. 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 아군이 당했습니다. 아군이 당했습니다. 적이 학살 중입니다. 적 더블킬. 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 날뛰고 있습니다. 도저히 막을 수 없습니다. 적을 도저히 막을 수 없습니다. 전장을 지배하고 있습니다. 적 더블킬, 적 트리플킬. 적을 처치했습니다. 더블 아군이 당했습니다. 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 적 더블킬. 적은 전설적. 적 트리플킬. 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 패배.
간접단 사건의 특징은 뭐냐면 김정은의 유죄성을 갖다가 널리 알려라. 국정원을 폐지하도록 해라. 예, 안녕하십니까. 예, 저는 25년 동안 경찰청에서 근무하다가 지금 현재는 이동열의 안보전선을 운영하고 있습니다. 예, 맞습니다. 이번에 적발된 청주 간첩단 사건이 바로 간첩이 존재한다는 실증적 증거입니다. 여러분 아시겠지만은 현재 이 북한에는 간첩 공작을 전담하는 비밀 부서들이 많이 있습니다. 뭐 정찰총국이라든지 그리고 통일전선부 등등 이러한 간첩 조직이 계속 운영이 되고 있습니다. 이 간첩의 숫자는 지금 현재 대한민국에서 정확히 알 수 있는 사람이 거의 없습니다. 북한에서도 김정은 등 한 3명 정도만 정확한 간첩 숫자를 알지 나머지는 모릅니다. 저희가 70년 동안 대공 분석을 한 결과 매년 간첩 수가 늘어나고 있고 그 반증으로서는 북한의 간첩 공작 부서의 인원이 늘어나기 때문입니다. 2000년대 이후에는 사이버 해킹 테러를 전문하는 사이버 간첩이 있기 때문에 인원수가 만여 명 늘어나 버렸습니다. 일각에서 북한 간첩이 5만 명이다 뭐 이런 말이 있는데 만약 북한 간첩이 5만 명이라면 대한민국 벌써 공산화됐을 겁니다. 6.25 남침전쟁 이후에 건수로 2천여 건이 넘습니다. 근데 한 건에 한 명 간첩도 있을 수 있고 한 건에 11명의 간첩이 있을 수 있기 때문에 실제 검거한 간첩수는 이보다 훨씬 많고요. 더 중요한 것은 이 데이터는 우리 수사당국이 검거한 것만 의미합니다. 그러니까 수사당국의 검거가 안 되고 지금 적발이 안 된 간첩수는 더 많다고 봐야겠죠. 충북동지의 공식 명칭은 자주통일 충북동지입니다. 이 조직이 결성된 것은 2017년에 이 조직의 총책 박모 씨가 직접 중국 북경에 가서 북한 문화교류국 소속의 간첩 공작원을 만나서 지령을 받았습니다. 빠른 시일 내에 남조선에 들어가서 지하당을 결성하라. 그래가지고 귀국에서 결성 과정을 거쳐서 2017년 8월 13일 날 자주통일 충북동지라는 이 지하당을 결성합니다. 근데 원래 명칭은 조선노동당 자주통일 충북지역당 이 당을 썼는데 북한에서 지령이 오기를 첫째 본사라는 것은 북한을 의미합니다. 본사와 직접 연관이 있다는 사실 밝히면 안 된다. 따라서 조선노동당이라는 말을 쓰지 말아라. 자주통일 충북동지로 정했죠. 그래서 그때가 이제 2017년 8월 13일이기 때문에 그때까지 상정을 해도 벌써 4, 5년 동안 간첩 활동을 한 것이고 실제로 이 간첩단들이 활동한 것은 20년 전으로 추정할 수 있습니다. 그 근거는 이 간첩단이 북한에 보고한 보고문에 의하면은 15년 동안 활동했다는 말이 나오는데 그때가 2019년이거든요. 저희가 볼 때는 한 2004년경이 되는데 이 간첩들이 활동한 시점이 한 20년 전으로 거슬러 올라가는 것을 역산할 수 있습니다. 당연하죠. 이번 청주 간첩단 사건의 특징은 뭐냐면 이 자주통일 충북동지 말고도 서울에도 있고 강원도 전국적으로 있습니다. 실제로 1992년에 적발된 최대 규모의 지하당이었죠. 조선노동당 중부지역당이라는 간첩단 사건이 있었어요. 실제 연루자만 100여 명을 갖다가 검거해서 구속시켰으니까 그 사건 때 보니까 조선노동당 중부지역장, 조선노동당 강원도당, 충북도당 그래서 전국 지역별로 지하당이 결성된 걸로 그때도 파악을 했습니다. 예. 이번 간첩은 일단 20년 이상 암약한 간첩들이고요. 충북동지에는 북한의 지령을 받아서 지하에 만든 지하당이라고 보시면 되고요. 그러다 보니까 모든 국내에서 활동은 북한의 지령에 의한 겁니다. 예를 들어서 김정은의 유죄성을 갖다가 널리 알려라. F-35A 스텔스 전투기 도입을 반대하라. 국가보안법 철폐 투쟁을 해라. 국정원을 폐지하도록 해라. 이런 식으로 구체적으로 매 시기마다 지령이 막 내려왔죠. 이 지령들을 충실히 이행한 겁니다. 중요한 것은 뭐냐면 또 북한이 특정한 국가 기밀을 갖다가 수집해서 북한에 보고를 하고 그랬어요. 또 특정한 인사들에 대해서는 북한이 직접 신상 자료를 분석해서 올리라고 그랬어요. 그래서 북한에서 신상 자료를 요구한 사람이 한 30명이 넘습니다. 이 신상 자료의 분석은 바로 또 다른 간첩망을 포섭하기 위한 인재 발굴 작업의 일환이라 저는 이렇게 보고 있습니다. 첫째는 북한에서 아무나 포섭하는 게 아닙니다. 청주 간첩단 이 4명은 1990년대부터 이미 충북 지역에서 변혁적 노동운동, 그러니까 그냥 노동환경 개선을 위한 노동운동이 아니라 체제를 변화시키기 위한 이 자본주의 체제를 사유체제로 이런 변혁적 노동운동을 해왔어요. 그걸 북한이 계속 주시를 하고 있다가 얘네들 정도면 포섭해서 우리 일꾼으로 삼아야겠다 해서 포섭 시도를 했고 포섭이 된 거죠. 첫째는 이념적으로 먼저 접근을 합니다. 그러니까 아무리 여건이 좋아도 북한의 주체 사상이나 김일성, 김정일 등을 제대로 섬기지 않는 사람은 간첩으로 포섭을 안 씁니다. 그래서 기본적으로 이념적으로 확실해야 된다고 하는 것이고, 두 번째는 이념적 동지가 되면은 그 다음부터 뭐 공작금도 주고 1992년 그 당시 달러로 약 210만 불입니다. 210만 불이면 현재 화폐 가치로 근 30억이 되는 돈입니다. 이런 공격권을 줬어요. 두 번째는 바로 북한의 혁명 노선에 입각해서 남한사회를 혁명을 해야지 남한사회가 모순 없이 제대로 된 사회가 된다. 그럼 망상에 사로잡혀가지고 그걸 실현하기 위해서는 김정은 집단의 지도를 받아야 된다라고 생각하고 세뇌 당하기 전에 스스로가 대한민국 체제를 부정하고 이 대한민국을 바로잡기 위해서는 북한 같은 주체사회적하고 연결을 해서 남한을 혁명해야 된다. 뭐 이런 생각을 가진 사람들한테 바로 포섭이 되는 거지. 지금 앞에 같은 PD님 같은 분한테 북한 간첩이 와서 포섭이 되겠습니까? 바로 신고하죠. 지금 일단 애들이 지금 반성을 하고 그래야 되는데 철저히 부인을 하고 있거든요. 전에는 막 사형을 했거든요. 간첩, 북한 난파 간첩이었는데 북에서 침투했다 검거된 간첩을 적발해도 사형 선고를 안 내려요. 그래서 제가 볼 때는 아마 징역 7년에서 15년 사이에서 결정이 될 걸로 봅니다. 예. 반성을 왜 안 하냐면 반성을 하는 순간 북한으로부터는 배신자가 되는 겁니다. 북한에서 직접 집화된 간첩들은 정말 전향을 하고 반성을 하고 싶어도 그 사실이 위에 알려지면 자기 가족들은 다 죽습니다. 그렇기 때문에 끝까지 전향을 않고 교도소에서 20년 이상 장기복하고 그러는 거죠. 그래서 이제 그동안 전향에서 공식적으로 알려진 사람들은 가족들이 풍지박산이 났죠. 다. 제가 이제 마지막으로 말씀드리는 것은 실제로 간첩들이 우리 사회에 횡행한데 그나마 적발된 게 이번에 청주 간첩단 사건입니다. 그래서 이 청주 간첩단 사건의 실체를 명확히 좀 봐주시고 국민들이 이 사건을 계기로 간첩 신고 정신이라든지 또는 이 간첩에 대한 또 국가 안보에 대한 인식을 높였으면 합니다. 간첩단 사건의 특징은 뭐냐면
아무 말도 옆에 보이는 회의실이 있거든요. 문이 달려있는. 편집을 하고 있었는데 갑자기 회의실 벽이 쿵쿵 쿵쿵 이렇게 일정적인 리듬으로. 안녕하세요. 일본에서 섹시 모델을 촬영 편집하면서 먹고 살고 있는 유튜버 살색의 박감독입니다. 잘 부탁드립니다. 여기는 지금 도쿄 와세다 근처에 있는 옛날 일본풍 집을 컨셉으로 한 스튜디오에 있어요. 지금 일단 지금 SOD라는 야동 회사에서 야동 배우분들의 유튜브 영상을 기획부터 편집까지 다 하고 있고요. 부업으로 저의 개인 유튜브 채널을 하고 있는 게 저의 지금 일입니다. 일의 80%는 여성 섹시 모델인데요. SOD 채널이랑 사쿠라마나 씨 채널이랑 코지마 미나미 씨랑 미히로 씨 채널을 제가 했었어 가지고 그쪽 업계에서는 그래도 나름 한국인 중에 유튜브 담당자로서는 그래도 어느 정도 자리 잡은 상태인 느낌. AV 작품으로 가면은 저는 이제 인지도는 없기 때문에 그쪽으로 제가 들어갈 일은 거의 없고, 근데 딱 한 번 사쿠라마나 씨 그라비아 현장을 들어가 본 적이 있는데 엄청 충격적이었어요. 처음에 이렇게 알몸으로 서 계시니까 노모자이크를 눈으로 처음 본 거는 그때가 처음이자 마지막. 야하다기보다는 멋있다고 느꼈어요. 많이 멋있던데요. 처음에 봤을 때 지금도 느껴지는데요. 유튜브 채널을 맡게 되었을 때 미팅 룸에서 앉아서 기다리고 있는데 S로 시작하는 야동 배우였는데 열리면서 들어오는데 후광이 이렇게 얼굴의 퀄리티랑 몸매의 그런 자극들이 지금도 생각이 납니다. 엄청 충격적이었죠. 처음에는 이런 예쁘신 분이 그런 작품을 찍는구나, 약간 이런 충격이 컸는데 충격을 자주 받으면 이게 무뎌져 가지고 점점 무뎌지게 되었어요. 그 AV 작품에는 들어갈 수 있는 자격이 없어서 사실은 계약 관계가 없으면 들어가기가 힘들죠. 그리고 아무래도 좀 보안도 철저하기 때문에 아무나 그렇게 구경하는 식으로 들어갈 수가 없어가지고 제작에 필요한 사람만 딱 들어가는. 저는 그냥 유튜브만. 한 가지 재밌는 일이 있었는데요. 이건 그 SOD의 사무실 시리즈가 있잖아요. 여사원 시리즈. 근데 제가 거기서 3, 4층에 복사기가 있고 직원들 일하는 그런 오피스가 있어요. 입구 쪽에서 이렇게 편집을 하고 있었거든요. 그 당시. 그게 작년쯤 일인데 AD 분께서 들어오셔가지고 여기요, 저 지금부터 누구누구의 작품을 촬영하는데 싫으신 분은 나가시고요, 안 싫으시면 얼굴 들어갑니다. 그래서 저는 그냥 얼굴 나와도 상관없으니까 이어폰을 끼고 편집을 하고 있는데 분위기를 보니까 옆에 보이는 회의실이 있거든요. 문이 달려있는. 그 회의실로 들어가더라고요. 스텝이랑 여배우랑. 그래서 저는 신경 안 쓰고 편집을 하고 있었는데 갑자기 회의실 벽이 쿵쿵 쿵쿵 이렇게 일정적인 리듬으로. 그래서 그냥 이렇게 찍어버리는구나. 그래서 엄청 충격적인 일이 있었습니다. 보통 일반 회사면은 사람들이 막 엄청 놀라잖아요. 소스라치잖아요. 근데 사람들이 그냥 한번 보더니 다시 이렇게 일을 하더라고요. 그래서 저도 놀래고 있었는데 그냥 티 안 내느라 이렇게 눈빛만 보내면서 업계상 일반 회사에서는 성희롱이 될 수 있는데요. 성희롱 같은 표현들을 아무렇지도 않게 하는 그런 환경이 좀 놀라웠고요. 그리고 여성분들이 면접을 보러 오는데 보통 데이터베이스화 되어 있잖아요. 여배우분들 한 5명이서 미팅을 하는데 모니터에 알몸을 보면서 미팅을 하는 그런 충격적인, 그리고 상당히 노출에 대한 거부감이 없어요. 미팅하러 앉아 있으면 그냥 이렇게 팬티는 그냥 일반적으로 보이는 분들이 많은, 옷도 그냥 훌렁훌렁 갈아입는 분들이 좀 많은, 처음에만 충격적이었는데 지금은 그냥 저도 적응이 돼가지고 그냥 아무렇지도 않습니다. 아, 네, 또 그렇게 벗으시는구나, 그러시구나. 저는 그냥 단순히 운으로 그렇게 되었고요. 일본에서 그냥 유튜브 편집자로서 일반 회사에서 일을 하고 있었는데, 제가 프로 전직러여서 사실은 금방금방 이렇게 전직을 하다가 어떤 광고 대리점에 취업을 하게 되었는데요. 그 대리점에서 맡은 채널이 이제 SOD 채널, 사쿠라마나 씨 채널이었어요. 그냥 아무 생각 없이 들어갔다가 궁합이 잘 맞아서 그 채널도 잘 되고, 그 업계 사람들도 저를 잘 봐주셔서, 여배우분들도 박상이랑 일하면 그래도 손대지 않는다, 약간 좀 깔끔하게 일한다는 평판이 있었는지 스카웃이 돼서 이제 SOD에 들어가게 된, 야동업계 로 들어가려는 게 아니라 그냥 일을 하다 보니까 그쪽 업계 분들이랑 연결이 돼서 이렇게 흘러가게 된, 근데 어떻게 보면 잘 된 것 같네요. 그때는 아무 생각 없었는데. 근데 일부러 그쪽으로 들어가고 싶으시면은 정식으로 면접을 보셔서 들어가시면 되는데, 굳이 근데 야동회사에 들어가야 되나, 약간 이런 걱정은 좀 있습니다. 지금 실제로 SOD 회사에 한국인 신입사원이 2-3명 있는 걸로 알고 있어요. 내년도 신입사원 공고가 뜨면 정식 루트로 입사를 하면 되는데요. 그다지 학력을 안 보는 것 같아서 어느 정도 조건이 맞으면 취업을 할 수 있는 걸로 알고 있어요. 그래도 비즈니스 일본어 정도는 마스터는 해야, 그러한 영상을 찍어야 되는데 좀 말이 잘못 나가면 위험하니까. 근데 일본 취업은 일본어는 필수로 잘 해야죠. 한국 친구들은 다 알고 있고요. 저희 여동생이랑 누나도 알고 있고요. 네. 감탄사가 먼저 나와요. 일단 감탄사밖에 안 나오는 것 같아요. 되게 신기해하는 상황인데 질문을 엄청 주세요. 해봤냐고 물어보죠. 일단 사람들이 해봤어? 이렇게. 할 수는 있다고 대답은. 맘만 먹으면 할 수 있다고. 그런데 이제 인생이 날아갈 수도 있는데 어떻게 할 거냐고 이렇게 물어보죠. 사실은 비일비재합니다. 근데 저는 유튜브도 해야 되고 외국 사람이라서 잘못 놀았다가 큰일 나거든요. 쫓겨날 수도 있고 계약 위반이 될 수도 있으니까, 감독들이나 매니저 그런 분들은 심심찮게 소식은 들려와요. 이분이랑 이렇게 놀았다 이런 식으로. 네, 그렇게 설명을 해드립니다. 근데 안 믿어요, 대부분 사람들이. 에이, 이러면 썰 하나씩 풀어드리면 이렇게 점점 사람들이 자꾸 친해지려고 그래요. 술 한번 먹자 이런 식으로. 부모님 모르세요. 우리 아버지가 모르는 척 하는 걸 수도 있고, 근데 모르세요. 네. 한번 전화 온 적이 있어요. 이렇게 아빠한테 술 먹는데 아버지가, 야, 너 여성들이랑 뭐 한다며 이렇게 어디서 소문을 들었나 봐요. 그래서 너 이거 어떻게 설명을 해야 되나. 그래서 그냥 다 정해진 대본이라고 좀 거짓말을 해드렸는데, 어떻게 이 영상으로 알려지면 안 되는데 큰일 났네. 아직 모르십니다. 네. 전부 대본이니까요. 네, 오해하지 마세요. 네, 엄마 아빠. 연애도 그냥 하면 되는데요. 근데 좀 글쎄요, 연애 대상으로서는 가치관의 문제인 것 같은데, 저는 좀 힘들지 않을까. 연애는 결혼으로 이어지는 거라고 저는 생각하거든요, 사실 진지하게. 근데 이제 결혼으로는 이어지려면 이제 좀 많은 난관에 부딪히지 않을까. 체력적으로도 좋으신다면 행복해 할 수 있을 것 같은데, 체력에 자신이 없으면 애초에 시도하지 않는 게 좋다고 생각합니다. 만족시켜드려야 되는데 만족 못 시켜드리면 안 되잖아요. 한국 남성은요, 영주권이나 일본 시민권이 있어야 돼요. 영주권이 아니고 그냥 취업비자로 있으면 불법입니다. 아예 안 돼요. 아직은 없는데요. 네. 지금 취업비자로 이러고 있어가지고. 근데 할 생각은 없는데, 많이 물어보세요, 그 질문도. 업계 경험자로서 추천은 드리지 않고요. 자신의 이력에 금이 가게 되는 일이라서, 전체적인 상황을 봤을 때. 그런데 이제 나는 취업하고 싶다 하고 싶은 분들은, 여성이 아무리 꼬셔도 넘어가지 않는 능력을 단련하고 입사를 안 하면요, 한번 사고가 날 수 있거든요. 사실 실제적으로 많은 분들이 이렇게 유혹에 넘어가서 해고되는 분들이 종종 일어났기 때문에, 여자가 꼬셔도 넘어가지 않겠다라는 그런 마음가짐을 가지고 오신다면 성공할 수 있을 겁니다. 이 영상이 유익하셨다면 구독, 좋아요, 알림 설정 부탁드립니다. 여기서 말씀을 드려도 모르겠는데, 그냥 이렇게 걷잖아요. 근데 이렇게 하더라고요. 그래서 이렇게 저의 타입의 여성분이 등장할 때가 있어요. 화학적으로 반응이 되잖아요. 이게 남자라는 게. 탁구공 2개가 좀 약간. 안녕하세요. 일본에서 섹시 모델을 촬영하면서 활동하고 있는 살색의 박감독입니다. 보통은 유튜브 채널을 위한 촬영을 하고 있어요. 그분들의 이제 매력을 좀 한국에 어필을 하고 싶어가지고, 보통 이제 성인 영상은 많이 있기 때문에 그분들이 인간적인 면이나 좀 약간 어떠한 생각을 가지고 있는지 알려드리고 싶어서, 처음에 인터뷰하기 전에 데이트 컨셉으로 잡고 촬영을 대부분 진행하고 있고요. 때에 따라서는 좀 약간 자극적인 것도 좀 한국에서 봤을 때 이건 좀 위험한 거 아니야? 라는 정도로 촬영도 요즘에 가끔 진행하고 있네요. 야한 거 찍고 있습니다. 2개로 나눠지는데요. 하나는 단순히 성행위가 좋아서 이걸로 돈 벌면서 유명해져 줘야지라는 마음으로. 두 번째는 돈을 벌기 위해서. 돈을 버는 목적이 더 강한 것 같아요. 근데 한국보다는 그래도 부드러운데요. 야동배우 하시는구나. 이 정도긴 한데 사실 좋지는 않죠. 어떻게 보면 그분들도 각오를 하고 프로 의식을 가지고 일하시는 거라서. 근데 어디서 선뜻 얘기는 못하죠. 이 작품을 찍는다는 것 자체가 보통은 일은 아니니까 이렇게 되긴 하는데, 그렇다고 해도 막 막말을 하는 사람들은 없는 정도. 일본에서는 그냥 그렇구나. 근데 약간 이 정도. 항상 생각하고 있죠, 항상. 근데 은큼한 생각을 하면서 찍어야 이분들도 반응을 해주거든요. 그래서 어떻게 해보려고 은큼한 생각을 하는 게 아니라 은큼한 생각을 직접 말해드려요. 이거 되게 좋다, 이 부분 되게 예쁘시구나, 시청자분들은 더 좋아할 거다, 이렇게 저희 은큼한 생각을 그대로 전해드립니다. 그래야지 그게 카메라로 표현이 되기 때문에 항상 은큼한 생각 항상 하고 있습니다. 요즘 놀랄 경우가 많은데 너무 이렇게 야한 분들이 많아서 이거 어떻게 이걸 담아드려야 되나 좀 고민할 때가 많습니다. 좀 단순히 돈을 벌려고 하는 분들도 있는데 이 일을 하다가 점점 변태라고 해야 되나요? 진화를 하게 돼요. 그래서 되게 그런 상황을 즐기는 분들이 많아가지고 카메라맨이 나를 좋아하게 해야지라는 마인드로 오시기 때문에 진짜 꼬시려고 하는 게 아니라 어떻게 보면 프로 의식이긴 한데 그분들의 그런 변태스러움을 컨트롤을 해야 됩니다. 여기서 누군지 말씀을 못 드리는데 밥도 몇 번 먹은 적도 있는 분들은 종종 있었습니다. 근데 요즘에는 자제하려고 해요. 왜냐면 이 밥을 먹고 술을 먹으면 그쵸, 좀 약간 불장난이 될 수도 있어가지고 많이 조심하고 있습니다. 처음에는 아무것도 모르고 몇 번 밥 먹은 적은 있는데 솔직히 말해서 근데 이게 안 좋더라고요. 일본의 경우에요. 조금 위험해요. 많이 잡아먹힐 가능성이 없지는 않다고. 그러니까 좀 약간 판타지잖아요. 만화에서만 나올 법한 이야기인데 술 한 잔 먹고 이렇게 단둘이서 있는 경우면 어떻게 갑자기 위험한 상황이 생길 수 있습니다. 엄청 도발하는 경우가 많아요. 근데 이게 카메라를 두고 도발하는 건지 나한테 하는 건지 애매할 때도 있고, 한 번은 여기서 말씀을 드려도 모르겠는데 술을 먹는 촬영하고 집에 가는 길에 그냥 이렇게 걷잖아요. 근데 이렇게 여자애가 이렇게 손을 잡는데 보통 이렇게 잡잖아요. 근데 이렇게 하더라고요. 그래서 이렇게 도망을 못 갔던, 뿌리치면 좀 자존심이 상할 것 같아서 이렇게 해서 그대로 역까지 같이 가서 안녕 이렇게 배웅해 드렸던 그런 게 좀 종종, 제가 잘나서 그런 게 아니라 아마 그분들은 그런 걸 즐기는 분들이라서 엄청 조심하고 있어요. 전부가 그런 건 아닌데 그런 분들이 많다는 거죠. 근데 일반적인 직업보다는. 힘들죠. 요즘에 많이 적응돼가지고 사실 촬영 중에 이렇게 상의 수영복을 고칠 때 이렇게 보여요. 이렇게 보이고 이렇게 흘러내릴 때도 있고. 그래서 그냥 요즘에는 그냥 아무 생각이 없어졌어요. 처음에는 엄청 힘들었죠. 처음에는. 근데 가끔 사람이라는 게 저의 타입의 여성분이 등장할 때가 있어요. 화학적으로 반응이 되잖아요. 이게 남자라는 게 상황을 눈을 보면 그거를 컨트롤 할 수 있게 되었어요. 제가 세 번째 다리가 움직이지 않게. 근데 이제 호르몬이 나오는 거나 이제 흥분 자체는 컨트롤이 안 되기 때문에 탁구공 두 개가 좀 약간 아파질 때가 있습니다. 지금도 기억이 나는데 유튜브 처음에 시작했을 때였는데 보통 여성분들은 이렇게 영상을 찍을 때 이렇게 가다가 팔꿈치가 이렇게 어느 여성분의 신체 부위에 닿으면 이렇게 피해주는 분들이 많아요. 대부분 침대에서 이렇게. 사진 같은 경우는 하나하나씩 하는데 영상은 이렇게 움직여야 되잖아요. 양보를 할 수 없단 말이에요. 저도 이렇게 예쁘게 찍고 싶기 때문에 동선을 이렇게 찍는데 뭐가 걸렸어요. 근데 그때 뭐였더라, 팔꿈치나 했거든요. 근데 그분이 보통 이렇게 비켜주는데 안 비켜주는 거예요. 그래서 되게 이상한 분위기가 감돌았죠. 되게 그때 좀 많이 힘들었던 경험이. AV 배우분들은 아무데나 가서 썸을 탈 수가 없어요. 이게 보장된 사람들이랑 놀 수밖에 없기 때문에 소문이 날 수도 있고, 막말로 이렇게 병을 걸려버리면 이제 업계 내에서 이제 일을 못하게 되니까 업계 매니저, 카메라맨, 관계자들이랑 이제 많이 연애도 하고 불장난도 하고 결혼도 많이 합니다. 실제로 미디어에 안 나오는 것 뿐인데 소문은 자자하게 돌아요. 그렇기 때문에 사실 되게 엄청나게 많은 일들이 있어요. 그 업계 내에서. 근데 좀 위험하죠. 근데 마음만 먹으면 할 수 있지 않을까요? 막 계속 들이대면. 그분들도 사람이니까 연애하고 싶고 그분들도 진짜 남자친구랑 하고 싶겠죠. 그러니까 가능은 한데 저의 추측일 뿐이고 제가 차일 수도 있는데 누구나 할 수 있으면 사귈 수 있습니다. 근데 사귀면 아마 살 많이 빠지지 않을까요? 좋은 거 많이 드셔야 될 것 같은데 하룻밤에 한 번으로 안 끝납니다. 네네, 여자의 관계에 대해서 이 매니저가 여러 가지 여자분들이랑 놀고 있다 이 소문이 나면요, 이제 업계 내에서 묻혀버린다고 해야 되나요? 일을 할 수 없게 되는 상황이죠. 업계가 되게 좁아요. 그리고 소속사가 20개밖에 없거든요. 그리고 돌고 도는 업계여가지고 괜히 잘못 놀았다가 이제 소문 잘못 나면 이제 갈 데가 없어지는 상황이라서 상당히 조심해야 돼요. 그리고 여성분들 중에 말이 가벼운 분들이 많아서 쟤랑 한번 놀았다, 저 매니저 나랑 한번 했다, 이런 식으로 얘기하시는 분들이 좀 많아요. 그래서 한번 놀 수는 있는데 이제 소문이 나는 건 이제 시간 문제. 소문 정말 잘 돌아요. 조심 안 하면 이제 고소를 당할 수도 있고요, 법적인 문제로 갈 수도 있고. 한국도 똑같잖아요. 어디 가나 묻혀버리잖아요. 또 되게 민감한 업계이기 때문에 애초에 그냥 하지 말라고 당부드리고 싶네요. 참는 게 일상이에요. 참는 거. 이 영상이 유익하셨다면 구독, 좋아요, 알림 설정 해주세요.
예, 안녕하세요. 예, 문재인이고요. 안녕하십니까. 저도 문재인이고요. 아이고, 옆분에 이 성대모사 하시는 분이 또 왔나 봐요. 안녕하세요. 윤석열입니다. 윤석열이 검찰 배지 던지고 나왔어. 예, 안녕하세요. 예, 문재인이고요. 예, 안녕하십니까. 저도 문재인이고요. 아이고, 옆분에 이 성대모사 하시는 분이 또 왔나 봐요. 아이고, 따라하네요. 그러시면은 한번 다음 분 한번 또 불러볼까요?
와글와글. 예, 영화배우 송강호고요. 뭐 와글와글 뭐 하루 종일 우리 많이 힘드실 텐데 여기서라도 여유롭게 예, 좋습니다.
맞습니다. 예. 야 이렇게까지 우리 또 PD님들이랑 준비를 해주시는 계획이 있구나.
제가 좀 무대뽀에 무대뽀. 근데 나쁜 짓 아니고 또 그냥 그렇다는 거죠 뭐.
아이고, 야 이거 성대모사 그냥 웃기려고 합니까? 재밌으려고 하는 거죠? 그래요?
나는 홍준표입니다. 나쁜 사람들 이렇게 오라가라 해놓고 이러면 안 되죠. 안 그래요?
제 몸속에 준표형의 총알이 6발이 박혀져 있습니다. 여긴 국회의사당에서 한 발 맞은 자리입니다. 구멍이 총 2개지요.
안녕하세요, 윤석열입니다. 정말 저러고 오징어 게임? 정말 넷플릭스에서 많이 봤는데 정말 잘하시네요.
윤석열이 검찰 배지 던지고 나왔어. 그 비밀거리고 있는데 바로 석열이가 나 여의도에 입국시켜줬죠. 어서 와.
아니 근데 솔직히 저도 여기 나올까 말까 정말 고민 많이 했는데요. 솔직히 나올 수도 있고 안 나올 수도 있었는데 아 참 반갑네요. 반갑습니다.
아이 그러게 반가우면 인사를 하셔야지요. 여긴 내 구역이야. 내가 만든 네 세상이야 이 새끼들. 당장 꺼져.
이 봤습니다. 이 그때 인사 안 하다. 나가 임마. 늦게도 보다 촬영하고 했어 이 개새끼야. 근데 나는 악말 보았다 하면 안 되냐? 악말 보았다 하면 안 돼? 이런 씨 세상 참 왜 나한테 닥칠 안 들여?
약간 현타가 오네요.
네, 현타 많이 오네요. 반갑습니다. 저는 KBS 공채 30기 개그맨으로 활동을 하다가 개콘 싹 없어지고 나서 유튜버로 전향을 해서 60만 개그맨 조충현입니다. 반갑습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 메타코미디 소속에서 스탠드업 코미디 그리고 유튜버로 활동을 하고 있는 성대모사 크리에이터 박재호라고 합니다. 반갑습니다.
너무 잘해! 너무 잘해! 너무 잘해! 사실 뭐 저는 여러 가지보다는 저는 솔직히 뭐 말씀드렸지만 이렇게 박재님이 좀 더 디테일적인 건 좀 더 잘하신다 생각하고 저 약간 포인트 조금 잡는 걸로 봐서는 제가 몇 개 했죠 형님?
제가 제 기억으로는 까지 뭐 토카 하신 것까지 다 치면 거의 한 60개가 넘지 않으세요?
그렇죠. 60개인데 뭐 사실 제일 잘하는 거는 한 3-4개 정도고 나머지 좀 흉내 조금 내서 한 10개 정도 이렇게 되지 않을까 하는 생각이 듭니다.
아 이건 진짜 내가 들어도 똑같다 하는 건 한 10개 안 박힌 것 같고 뭐 다른 거 쥐어짜서 하면 한 40개?
합쳐서 100개?
저 그래도 대한민국에서 안철수만큼은
안 그래도 정치인 어벤져스에
네네.
안철수님이 좀 공석이었는데 그다음에 또 한번 같이
너무 감사합니다.
배그를 뭐 하세요?
배그 할 수도 있고 롤 할 수도 있습니다. 어떤 거든지 뭐
이거지. 섭외했다! 아무래도 좀 제가 잘한다고 느낀 것보다 이제 구독자분들이 또 느낀 게 맞기 때문에 제일 높은 조회수가 400만 정도 있는 이정재 씨가 그냥 좀 제일 낫지 않나.
이정재로 왁싱하는 영상도 봤어요.
좋습니다. 제 몸속에 일본 놈들의 총알이 6발이 박혀져 있습니다. 여긴 대라우치 종도 감사할 때 총 맞은 자리입니다. 구멍이 총 2개지요. 그리고 여긴 블라디보스톡에서 1발. 그리고 여기는 젖꼭지.
안철수 의원 목소리로 내비게이션 하면 생기는
좋다.
이거
좋아.
스탠드업 코미디 할 때만 쓰는 건데
네.
한번 여기서 해볼게요.
비싼 겁니다 여러분들.
네.
500m 앞에 직진할 수도 있고 안 할 수도 있습니다. 지금부터 300m 앞에서 좌회전 할 수도 있고 안 할 수도 있습니다. 일단 멈추실 수도 있고 안 멈출 수도 있습니다.
아니 내가 가르쳐줘야지. 전혀 뭐 정치적인 그런 거 없습니다 저희가.
그럼요.
네, 그렇죠.
저도 이제 사람들이 물어보더라고요. 대체 정치인 중에 누구 제일 좋아하냐?
그렇죠.
전 제일 따라하기 쉬운 정치인을 좋아한다.
제가 생각했을 때는 학교에 있잖아요. 선생님들 따라하고.
선생님 따라하고.
네, 군대 가면 또 소대장 따라하고.
맞아.
중대장
가혹행위는 결단코 없었습니다. 조사관이 책상을
그 학생이 겁이 잔뜩 질려가지고 조사관이 책상을 탁 치니 억하고 응?
주민 여러분 안녕하세요. 센터장입니다. 있었습니다. 1980가 역사에 물목했습니다. 우리가 절대로 잊지 말아야 할 대한민국 사람들의 가슴
진실뿐입니다.
이 영상의 모든 내용은 코멘터리를 듣고 작성한 내용입니다. 스포가 포함되어 있으니 주의하시기 바랍니다. 영화의 시작은 과거로 돌아간다는 의미로 시계 소리로 시작을 합니다. 영화 시작 25초 만에 관객을 1987년으로 보내주네요. 그 시절을 가장 강력하게 보여줄 수 있는 건 당시의 뉴스나 보도 자료인 것 같은데요. 역시나 이 영화도 대한뉴스로 시대상을 보여줍니다. 대통령에게 하사받은 훈장을 부모님께 바친다는 의미로 북쪽을 향해 제사를 지내는 치안본부 대공수사처장 박처원. 박 처장의 첫 등장은 김윤석 배우의 첫 촬영으로 진행을 했습니다. 김윤석 배우와 오달수 배우는 박종철 열사의 해광고등학교 후배라고 합니다. 당시 실제 남영동의 대공분실은 무슨 해양연구소라는 간판으로 위장을 했다고 하는데요. 영화에선 부국해양연구소라고 이름을 지었습니다. 이곳은 실제 남영동의 그곳 박종철 기념관이 있는 민주인권기념관에서 찍었습니다. 등장인물의 이름, 시간과 장소의 타이포그래픽은 당시에 보고서 같은 느낌을 주기 위해 타자기 느낌으로 디자인을 했습니다. 또한 역사적 사실을 토대로 한 작품인 만큼 실제 다큐멘터리 같은 느낌을 주기 위해 달리와 크레인, 스테디캠 등 부드러운 카메라 워킹을 위한 장비 사용을 자제하고 직접 들고 찍는 핸드헬드와 줌렌즈를 사용한 수동 줌인 아웃을 주로 사용했다고 합니다. 심폐소생술을 하고 있는 조반장. 뭔가 위험한 상황으로 긴박한 것 같은데요. 이 고문실은 실제 남영동의 고문실을 그대로 재현해 만들었습니다. 박종철 열사의 시신은 여진구 배우를 본따 더미를 제작했습니다.
저도 깜짝 놀랐어요. 이렇게 봤는데 저인 거야. 제 몸이 찍히고 있는 것 같은 느낌.
이때 쫄았지.
실제로는 죽었는지 확인을 할 때 청진기를 사용하지는 않는다고 하네요.
그럴 것 같긴 한데 맥보다는 청진기가 더 정확한 거니까.
이미 사망했습니다. 살리세요.
그대로 묻힐 뻔한 고문치사 가능성을 최초로 제기한 실존인물. 당시 중앙대 오연상 교수는 이현균 배우가 맡았습니다.
남영동에서 신하이가 깨졌습니다.
신하이라는 말은 함경도 사투리로 남자를 뜻한다고 합니다. 당시 그들이 사용하던 실제 은어라고 하네요. 남영동에서 남자가 죽었다는 말이겠죠.
소송이 불가능합니다. 옮겨.
똑바로 안 들어?
이 무서운 형사들은 주로 연극배우 출신 중에서 캐스팅을 했다고 합니다. 감독은 아무리 작은 단역이라도 정말 신중히 캐스팅을 했는데요. 리얼한 느낌을 더 살리기 위해 아직은 많이 알려지지 않았지만 연기를 정말 잘하는 배우들을 캐스팅하려고 노력했다고 하네요. 이 영화 이후 출연한 많은 연극배우들이 더 많은 활동을 하게 됐다는 반가운 소식이 들리기도 했습니다. 이 영화의 모든 배우들은 역사적 사실을 연기하다 보니 마음가짐부터 다르게 가지게 돼서 정말 열심히 할 수밖에 없었다고 하네요.
의사 누가 불렀어?
목격자가 생겼잖아. 목격자가.
박계장 역의 현봉식 배우는 많은 분들이 아시듯이 박희순 배우보다 훨씬 어립니다. 하지만 박희순 배우는 이 어린 동생에게 혼나는 게 전혀 어색하지 않았다고 하네요. 현봉식 배우의 실제 성격은 그렇게 순둥순둥할 수가 없다고 합니다.
보따리 하나 터진 거 가지고 손 안 떨 거 있네.
실제 박처원 치안감이라는 인물은 평안도 출신이고 고향 말투를 계속 사용했다고 합니다. 이게 또 부하들에게는 공포로 작용했다고 하네요. 김윤석 배우는 실제 평안도 출신 분들을 많이 만나서 대화를 나누며 사투리 연습을 엄청나게 했다고 하는데요. 전라도의 아귀, 경상도의 공길용 형사, 충청도의 조필성 형사, 연변의 명가에 이어 중국어를 하는 마카오 박까지. 김윤석 배우는 역할을 맡으면 그 지역 사람이 되어버리는 매직을 보여줍니다. 입금이 되면 다 한다고 하긴 하지만 이런 게 노력으로 가능하다는 사실이 정말 대단한 배우인 것 같습니다.
시신은 어떻게 할까요?
태우라우.
받들겠습니다.
사람을 죽여놓고 그냥 태우라니. 김윤석 배우가 이렇게 말하니까 너무 무서운데요. 감독은 박 처장이 크고 괴물 같은 이미지가 느껴지길 원해서 의상에 패드를 대고 키높이 구두를 사용해 좀 더 크게 보이도록 했습니다. 대통령의 최측근 안기부장 역은 문성근 배우가 특별 출연해 주셨습니다. 영화의 엔딩 크레딧에서 오열하며 열사분들을 외치던 문익환 목사님이 문성근 배우의 친아버지 되십니다.
김정남? 8.15 공동선언문 작성자입니다.
이것들을 다 한 보따리에 엮으시겠다.
권력을 유지하기 위해 김정남을 간첩으로 몰아잡자는 박 처장.
대단하십니다.
박 처장의 얼굴은 실존 인물과 최대한 비슷한 이미지를 만들기 위해 머리카락을 M자로 라인을 따서 깎아내고 입 안에 특수 제작한 마우스 피스를 착용해서 아예 다른 이미지로 얼굴을 만들었습니다. 분장팀에서는 영화 대부의 말론 브란도를 참고해 이미지를 만들었다고 하네요. 이때 이후로 면도한 부분에 머리카락이 잘 나지 않는다는 아픔이 있다고 하는데요. 탈모빔을 맞은 게 아니길 간절히 바랍니다.
마음껏 노세요. 그 서울대생 일 없겠죠?
이 대사는 박 처장의 말투를 따라하면서 친근감을 표현한다는 설정으로 만든 대사입니다. TV에서 많이들 들어보셨겠지만 이렇습니다 하는 북한 말투를 따라했습니다. 술을 무척이나 아끼는 서울지검 최환 검사 등장. 하정우 배우가 최환 검사 역을 맡았습니다. 양담배와 양주를 금지하던 시절 압수한 술을 몰래 먹는다는 설정입니다. 첫 등장이 임팩트가 있으면서 재미있는 게 없을까 고민하던 감독은 혀를 내밀어 술병을 핥으라는 아이디어를 냈습니다.
되게 아까워하는 느낌이 추룹추룹 하다가 나머지 묻은 것도 이렇게 핥아먹는 식이면 어떨까요?
그건 5단 기사 썼어요.
이후에 윤상삼 기자의 첫 등장 역시 혀를 내밀면서 등장을 하는데 이 또한 감독님 아이디어라고 하네요. 감독님이 혀를 좋아하신
신성한 소주병에 휘발유나 쳐놓고
신난데요.
이 새끼가 아주 신났어 지금?
술을 입안에 머금고 있는 것도 술을 너무 좋아한다는 설정으로 만들었습니다. 그런데 실제 인물인 최환 전 부장검사는 실제로 술을 한 잔도 못 하신다고 하네요.
에이, 우리 공안부장님은 이딴 거 드시면 안 되는데.
짜장면 안 먹어? 하정우 배우가 이걸 먹었다 하면 그날 무조건 짜장면을 먹어야 하는 마술에 걸렸겠지만 이 영화에서는 하정우 배우의 짜장면 먹방이 나오지 않습니다. 대사가 많기도 하고 촬영을 하다 보니 짜장면이 불어서 안 먹었다고 하네요.
에이 이거 다 불었다 씨. 도장 하나만 찍어주십시오. 심장마비? 22살짜리가? 아버지가 죽은 아들을 봤다 못 봤다. 이게 말이 돼 이게? 내일 아침에 부검하고 오후에 화장해.
안 된다고 하니까 바로 외압이 들어옵니다.
청와대 전화 받고 밥이 넘어가겠냐?
차장검사는 대학로에서 유명한 연극 배우 정승길 배우가 맡았습니다.
찍어. 죽조상 난다.
실제 전두환 대통령 정권 시절 대통령의 오른손 역할을 경찰이 했다고 합니다. 당시엔 검찰보다 경찰의 미력이 훨씬 더 강했고 그중 대공수사처는 가장 강력한 무소불위의 권력을 발휘했다고 하네요.
굉장히 급한 사람 것 같아서.
하지만 정의의 꼴통 부장님은 이것은 원래 전화기를 집어 던지는 콘티였는데 하정우 배우의 아이디어로 수화기를 내려치는 액션으로 바꿨습니다.
이쪽으로 그 사람 쪽이 아니라. 그래도 위험하네.
받자마자 이거 그냥 치면
손 다칠 수도 있고.
잘 제가 칠게요.
준비한 소품이 몇 개 없어서 신중하게 찍었다고 하네요.
전화기가 있으면 한 번만 더 가볼게요.
시신에 손만 대봐. 공무집행 방해죄로 족친다 내가.
오, 겁나 카리스마 있어. 원래 사우나 탈의실 근처에서 대화를 나누는 설정이었는데 수건을 두르고 하는 대화가 자기적인 것 같아서 아예 탕에 들어가서 하자는 하정우 배우의 아이디어를 받아들였다고 합니다. 덕분에 재미있는 장면이 연출돼서 만족했다고 하네요.
그냥 들이받고 잡혔어.
형님 머리만 깨지는 거죠.
네가 쥐약 좀 놔야겠다.
이곳은 유성에 있는 진짜 온천입니다. 이검사 역의 서현우 배우는 탕에서 너무 오래 찍다 보니 실제로 몸이 너무 풀려서 나중에는 대사까지 흐물흐물해졌다고 하네요. 실제로 남영동 옆에 테니스장이 있어서 형사들이 많이 쳤다고 합니다. 박처원 치안감이 대공 형사들의 유일한 운동이라고 테니스장을 굉장히 아꼈다고 하는데요. 테니스장을 관리할 때 소금이 필요한데 조달청에서 소금을 지급하지 않으니까 우리 애들 운동하는데 왜 안 주냐고 조달처장에게 항의하는 일도 있었다고 합니다.
공안부장, 종종이 미안합니다.
아 새끼 빨개이네. 서울지검장 연결하라.
여보자, 들어.
와, 너무나 리얼한 하정우 배우의 생활 연기.
야, 내가 아침부터 박 처장한테 전화를 받아야 되겠냐?
남영동 무서운 줄은 몰라.
제가 다 알아서 하겠습니다. 제가 다. 내가 해야죠.
자신 있냐?
없죠. 내가 주사는 있어요. 역시 술은 빈속이야.
검사 안녕하셨습니까? 경찰들 큰일이다. 서울대생이라면서.
이 검사가 기자들에게 약을 치기 시작합니다. 실제로 이 사건을 최초 보도한 중앙일보 신성호 기자는 이신성 배우가 맡았습니다.
아까운 목숨을 또 이런 식으로. 하여튼 남영동 애들 너무 막 나가서 큰일이다, 큰일.
실제 찻잔을 든 손이 떨려서 들키지 않으려고 다른 손으로 떨리는 손을 잡았다는 실제 고증을 그대로 재현했습니다.
남영동에서 조사받던 서울대생이 사망했답니다.
너무나 가슴이 아픈 장면. 어느 날 갑자기 닥친 이런 비극을 어떻게 받아들일 수 있을까요?
상삼이가 글빨이 아주 그냥 일치월장입니다.
고 윤상삼 기자 역은 이희준 배우가 맡았습니다. 이곳은 각 신문사의 서울지검 출입 기자들이 모여서 대기하는 장소입니다.
중앙이 오늘은 늦었네. 받아쓰기 검사 한번 해볼까?
이 신문의 기사는 당시 실제 기사와 똑같이 재현해 만들었다고 합니다. 이런 기사를 냈으니 중앙일보는 난리가 났습니다. 이 역시 당시에 비일비재하게 일어났던 일을 고증으로 만들었습니다.
깽판이야, 깽판! 아니 이거 팩트잖아요. 도도지지 먹겠다고 지금 아주.
중앙일보 사회부장은 오달수 배우가 특별 출연해 주셨습니다. 오달수 배우가 이 영화에 꼭 참여를 하고 싶으니 아무리 작은 배역이라도 꼭 좀 달라고 부탁을 했다고 하네요.
이제부터 군벌 대신 내가
치안본부 강 본부장 역의 우현 배우. 이 배역 역시 인상 깊게 출연시키기 위해 고민을 많이 했다고 합니다. 우현 배우는 실제로 87년 당시 연세대 총학생회 집행부로서 학생 민주화 운동의 선봉에 섰으며 고 이한열 열사의 장례식을 이끈 인물입니다.
가깝게서 신문을 패대기졌다 카대.
이대로 발표하시오.
내삼아 경찰의 명예를 걸고 말씀드리는 건데요.
우현 배우는 사실 전라도 광주 출신입니다. 경상도 사투리는 처음 해보는데 아무리 연습을 많이 해도 잘 안 돼서 경상도 출신 지인 3명에게 녹음을 부탁해서 들어봤다고 하는데요. 3분 다 미묘하게 억양이 달라서 그냥 김윤석 배우에게 배웠다고 하네요.
책상을...
지도 어처구니가 없으니 말을 잇지 못하는 강 본부장.
그 학생이 겁이 잔뜩 질려가지고 조사관이 책상을 탁 치니 하고. 응?
아니 이게 무슨 말이야.
하고.
이 대사 역시 당시 실제로 이런 발표가 있었다는 고증을 통해 만든 대사입니다. 정말 어려운 대사라서 몇 번이나 테이크를 반복해서 건진 컷입니다.
너무 코미디가 될까봐 좀.
조금 더 진지하게 한번 해볼까요?
쇼크사 맞습니다. 중대병원 의사가 확인했다 아닙니까?
중대병원이요?
감독은 보통 영화에서 도수 없는 안경이 나오는 게 싫어서 눈이 엄청 좋은 우연 배우에게 도수가 있는 안경을 씌웠습니다. 이게 잘 안 보일 텐데.
야까 내가 실수한 기제.
많이 시상되었다고요? 막걸리를 좀 많이.
마리아 막걸리아 이 대사는 현장에서 즉흥적으로 만든 대사입니다.
엄중한 사안입니다. 원칙대로 부검해 주십시오.
뭐 그럴 필요 있습니까? 어차피 다 요식행인데.
표검사 역은 경상도 네이티브 스피커를 찾아서 캐스팅했다고 합니다. 이창훈 배우는 아버지가 경상도 출신이긴 하지만 본인은 사투리를 해본 적이 없었는데 한번 해보니 잘 됐다고 하네요.
누구 마음대로 부검이야.
아이고 검사님 어찌라고요?
그리고
우리 저기 손 한 번만 잡게.
아니 이게 사람이 할 짓인가? 검거 도장이 찍히는 장영달 사진은 이 영화의 시나리오를 쓴 김경찬 작가입니다.
나야. 누구야?
여기가 한양대병원인데요.
사실은 병원이 아니라는 것을 관객들이 살짝 알 수 있게 저 뒤에 일하는 사람을 배치했다고 합니다.
대검은 법이고 나발이고 뭐 안 지켜도 된다 이거야? 그리고 그 사투리 좀 고치지? 김일성이네.
이 두 배우는 영화 황해 촬영 이후 7년 만에 다시 만나 연기를 하게 됐습니다.
저 또라이 새끼 진짜.
껌을 뱉는 건 현장에서 나온 아이디어라고 하는데요. 하정우 배우가 껌을 씹다가 본인도 모르게 촬영을 시작했는데 감독은 그 모습이 재미있어서 껌을 씹다가 뱉는 것까지 찍자고 했다고 합니다. 뱉는 것도 다 다른 곳에 여러 버전으로 찍었는데 앞 유리에 뱉는 게 가장 도발적인 것 같아서 사용했습니다.
살 미친다 이제.
네, 들었어요.
이 씬 역시 실제 남영동의 그곳 민주인권기념관 안에 다른 공간을 소각장으로 세팅을 해서 촬영했습니다. 남영역 근처여서 기차 소리 때문에 어렵게 찍었다고 하네요.
억하네. 비켜봤자 네 아가리만 아플 거인데.
잠깐! 오촌 방숙 처고모 셋째 딸. 그 딸이 여기 기자랑 국제결혼을 했거든요.
이건 사실상 남이죠. 이 대사는 감독이 재미있는 대사가 없을까 고민을 정말 많이 해서 쓴 대사입니다.
마음껏 물어뜯어 보라. 기간다고 달라지는 거 없으니끼리.
그렇게 부검이 시작되는데
삼촌 박월길입니다.
삼촌이 쓰고 온 새마을 모자는 조우진 배우의 아이디어로 준비했습니다. 등장부터 울기 시작하는 조우진 배우. 현장에서 이희준 배우가 너무 반가워서 인사를 했는데 촬영 전부터 감정을 잡고 준비를 하고 있어서 인사를 제대로 받지 못할 정도였다고 하네요.
얘에 대한 슬픔도 이거에 대한 부끄러움. 그럼요.
화장실 좀.
윤상삼 기자가 오연상 교수를 기다리고 있었네요. 경찰의 눈을 피해 오랫동안 기다리면서 다리가 저리고 힘든 상황에서도 의사의 인터뷰를 따내야 하는 상황을 표현했습니다.
바닥이 물로 흥건했습니다. 욕조가 있었고요.
물고문이 있었다는 사실을 암시하는 오연상.
폐에선 수포음도 들렸습니다.
쇼크사 아니고 경찰이 죽었습니다.
싸움을 겁나 잘하는 능력 있는 형사 조반장. 하지만
제가 무슨 잘못이 있다고 감사를 받습니까?
팽당하는 조반장입니다. 실제로 조반장은 반장이니까 책임을 진다는 의미로, 강형사는 말을 참 잘해서 이 두 사람을 차출해 감사를 받게 했다고 합니다.
다녀오라.
왜 죽었는지, 누가 죽였는지 샅샅이 밝혀내. 부장, 그럼 이거는
매번 신문사에서 보도 지침이 내려왔고 아무도 이 지침을 어기지 못했다고 하는데요. 동아일보 사회부장이 통쾌하게 깨버립니다.
경찰이 고문해서 대학생이 죽었는데.
심장이 뛰기 시작하네요.
아이고 우리 황 박사.
내복 차림의 강 본부장. 실제로 퇴근을 잘 안 해서 본부장실에 딸려있는 잘 수 있는 방이 있었다고 합니다.
내 말 똑똑히 들으래. 우리 다 죽는 기라. 심장마비. 네 글자만 써도.
황 박사에게 건네는 청와대 돈봉투. 황 박사는 봉투를 받지 않았지만
목과 가슴은 비몽 또한.
강 본부장은 그냥 쇼크사로 발표를 합니다. 이 장면은 당시의 실제 뉴스 화면과 거의 흡사하게 촬영했습니다. 저 뒤에 병풍까지 철저한 고증을 통해 만든 장면입니다. 그리고 이어지는 박종철 열사 유해와의 디졸브. 박 처장의 눈빛을 살리면서 유해와 부딪히는 느낌을 주기 위해 후반 작업 단계에서 노력을 많이 했다고 합니다. 이 사진이 실제 박종철 열사의 사진으로 생각하는 관객이 많은데 박종철 열사 역을 맡은 여진구 배우의 사진입니다. 이곳은 옛날 방식의 화장터를 찾기 위해 전국을 다 뒤져서 밀양에서 겨우 찾아 촬영을 했습니다. 방패 손잡이 구멍으로 윤상삼 기자의 눈이 잡힌 건 카메라 감독이 즉석으로 캐치해서 찍은 컷이라고 합니다. 김우영 촬영 감독은 웬만하면 배우에게 움직여달라는 부탁을 하지 않고 본인이 움직여서 전혀 생각하지 못한 컷을 담아내는 경우가 많다고 하네요. 이 영화에서는 옛날에 필름 카메라에 쓰이는 빈티지 렌즈를 사용했다고 하는데요. 그래서 인물과 주변의 경계가 살짝 번진 것 같은 옛날 필름의 느낌을 만들 수 있었다고 합니다. 가슴이 미어지는 박종철 열사의 아버지. 이 장면은 겨울에 찍어야 해서 크랭크인 하는 날 첫 촬영으로 진행했습니다.
촬영하기 전에 우리가 잠깐만 묵념하고 이 영화를 시작했으면 좋겠습니다. 묵념.
사실 눈이 오는 설정은 아니었는데 촬영 당일 마침 눈이 와서 감독은 잠깐 멘붕이 찾아왔다고 하는데요. 설정한 동선과 행동을 어떻게 수정해야 하나 고민도 많이 하고 촬영을 진행할 수 있을까 하는 걱정도 했는데 찍고 나니 눈이 와서 장면이 더 슬프게 느껴지고 훨씬 더 좋은 화면이 나와서 하늘이 도운 신이라는 생각을 했다고 하네요.
네, 좋습니다. 오케이.
못 가고 이러고 잘 가그래 이 사람.
아 잠깐만 나 눈물 좀 닦고. 박종철 열사의 유해를 뿌리는 현장을 목격한 윤상삼 기자가 더욱 적극적으로 움직이기 시작합니다.
똥개 한 마리 추가요.
익사죠. 물고문하다 죽었죠.
익사 같은 소리하고 자빠졌네.
당신 단패지. 높은 자리 준대.
그래 새끼야. 군발이 똥꼬 빨아서 출세할랜다. 됐냐?
하지만 여전히 멋있는 부장 검사님. 이 자료 박스는 감독의 의도로 바나나 킥박스로 설정했습니다. 재미가 있으면서도 의미를 담고 싶어서 나온 아이디어라고 하네요.
받아쓰기나 잘해 이 새끼야.
그렇게 이 사건은 기사화되고 박 처장의 빡침을 표현하기 위해 신문을 찢을까 어떻게 할까 고민을 하다가 임팩트 있게 문에다 던지는 것으로 결정했습니다. 느낌 있게 문에 맞추기 위해 테이크를 많이 반복했다고 하네요. 이곳은 부산의 용두산 공원 근처에서 찍었습니다.
국장님, 뭐 하자는 겁니까?
한여름 미친 듯이 더운 날씨에 비 오기 전 습하고 꿉꿉하기까지 한데 목폴라 티를 입고 이런 액션을 하려니까 박희순 배우가 정말 고생을 많이 했다고 하네요.
자, 지금부터 너희는 경찰이 아니고 범죄자야, 범죄자. 아니, 왜 하겠나?
꼬리 자르기 들어가는 치안본부.
맘 탄대면 그래. 몸통 살라면 꼬리를 잘라야 된다.
이 소식을 들은 박 처장이 치안본부를 찾아갑니다. 이 씬을 찍기 전 비가 잠깐 와서 바닥만 적시고 그쳐줘서 더 좋은 그림이 나왔습니다. 통닭구이 고문을 당하고 있는 조 반장. 실제 박희순 배우가 이렇게 매달려서 찍었다고 하는데요. 보호대를 차고 있기는 했지만 만약 실제로 이런 걸 당하면 바로 불어버릴 것 같다라는 생각을 했다고 합니다. 네, 저도 같은 생각입니다.
너 지금 누구 명령인 줄 알아? 명령 불복 중에 사과를 못해!
이 컷은 진짜로 때린 건 아니고 맞는 사람이 맞은 척을 잘한 컷입니다. 정보국장 역의 임철영 배우는 이 역할을 위해 살을 엄청 찌웠다고 하는데요. 그 덕에 훨씬 더 나이가 들어 보이는 효과를 가져왔습니다. 실제 나이는 74년생입니다.
내래 빨개이 잡는 거 방해하는 갓나들은 무조건 빨개이로 간주하가서.
와, 진짜 눈빛 미쳤다. 소름 돋는 김윤석 배우의 연기.
너네 애국자야. 고개 빳빳이 들고 살라오.
어찌됐건 감옥에 가게 된 조 반장을 달래주는 박 처장. 이곳은 태백에 있는 폐탄광 건물이라고 합니다. 이곳 역시 느낌 있는 장소를 찾기 위해 전국을 샅샅이 뒤져서 겨우 찾아낸 곳이라고 하네요.
떨리실 것 같아서입니다.
내 다 책임질게요.
받들겠습니다.
이 장면 이후에 정말 아쉽게 삭제된 장면이 있다고 합니다. 교도소에 수감된 조 반장과 강형사의 노출 씬과 이부영이 첫 등장하는 씬인데 감독은 박희순 배우에게 이 씬만은 절대로 삭제하지 않겠다고 해놓고 여러가지 사정으로 이 컷을 삭제하게 됐다고 하네요. 감독과 배우 그리고 보는 관객까지 아쉽게 된 것 같습니다. 또한 경찰 2명만 처벌을 받는다는 게 말이 안 된다고 부장에게 따지다가 술상을 엎어버리는 윤상삼 기자 씬과 당시 안기부에서 김만철 씨 가족이 탈북한 사건으로 이 사건을 덮으려 했다는 뉘앙스의 장면이 삭제됐습니다. 유해진 배우가 맡은 한병영 교도관 배역은 당시 실제 교도관이었던 한재동님과 전병영님을 합해서 만든 캐릭터라고 합니다.
나가세 의심버리고.
실제로 기독교인이었던 조 반장은 수감 중에 찬송가를 크게 불렀다고 하는데요. 기독교인이면서도 딸린 식구들을 위해 그렇게 악독한 삶을 살아온 조 반장은 인간의 여러 가지 면을 보여주는 상당히 복합적인 캐릭터로 설정했습니다.
비명 소리가 머릿속을 빙빙 돌아요. 우리가 애국자입니까?
대사에서도 알 수 있듯이 실제로도 상당한 죄책감에 시달렸다고 하네요.
조용히 좀 시켜. 잠 다 깨겠네.
이부영 기자 역은 김유성 배우가 맡았습니다. TV 가이드에 서신을 담아 한병영을 통해 김정남에게 전달하는 이부영. 이곳은 목포입니다. 저 뒤에 남산은 합성을 해서 심어 넣었습니다. 이곳 역시 전국을 다 뒤져서 찾아낸 동네인데요. 문 앞에 있는 신문까지 당시의 기사를 그대로 살려 재현했습니다. 이후에 목포 연인의 슈퍼는 관광 명소가 됩니다.
와, 이거 진짜 오래간만에 본다.
유지하의 노래를 신청해 주셨나요?
라디오에서 나오는 음악을 녹음하려는 연희. 가상인물인 연희는 김태리 배우가 맡았습니다. 그런데 꼭 이럴 땐 뜻대로 잘 안 되죠. 멜론이나 지니가 없던 시절, 음악 매체가 귀하던 시절엔 이렇게 불법 복제를 많이 했다고들 하네요. 꼭 녹음하려고 하면 DJ가 말을 하고 뭐 그랬던.
이거 저 앞에 떨어져 있더라.
그래서 삼촌이 무심한 듯 시크하게 오다 주워온 선물. 헐, 대박. 무려 마이마이. 이것은 마치 아이폰과 에어팟을 동시에 선물 받은 것 같은 느낌. 하지만 공짜는 없는 법. 이부영에게 받아온 서신을 전달해달라는 부탁을 합니다.
뭐 실은 어쩔 수 없는 것이고.
합격 선물이라며. 두봉이도 합격했거든. 계장님 아들.
이 장면에 유해진 배우의 빛나는 애드립이 많았는데 아쉽게도 삭제했습니다.
두봉이가 누군데?
한봉이 형.
한봉이가 누군데? 한봉이가 누군데?
석봉이 아들. 오토리 버스트.
요즘엔 오토 리버스를 모르는 분들도 많이 있을 텐데 테이프 A면에서 B면으로 자동으로 넘어가는 당시의 최신 기술이 적용된 제품이라는 뜻입니다. 그렇게 부탁을 들어줄 수밖에 없게 된 연희가 향한 곳은 김정남의 은신처인 사찰입니다. 이곳은 부산의 해운 정사에서 찍었습니다. 실제 민주화 운동의 대부로 불리는 김정남 선생 역은 설경구 배우가 특별 출연해 주셨습니다. 이화령 배우가 맡은 함세용 신부는 현재까지 천주교 정의구현 전국 사재단 고문으로 계신다고 하네요.
우리한테 남은 마지막 무기는 진실뿐입니다. 그 진실이 이 정권을 무너뜨릴 거고요.
아, 신부님이 수괴? 자수해서 광명을 찾으세요.
아이고, 신부님한테 합장으로 인사를 하다니. 한편 조반장과 함께 수감된 강 형사가 가족들과 접견을 하게 되는데
저 억울합니다.
뭐가 억울해?
저 다리만 잡았어요.
진은 다리만 잡았으니까 자기가 한 게 아니라니. 그래도 그게 사실이긴 하니 이 모습을 지켜보던 형사들이 이들을 저지합니다.
이딴 거 한 번 더 쓰면 교도소 통째로 폭파시킬 건가?
면담 신청하셨다고요?
그날 밤 이부영이 보안계장과 면담을 합니다. 이부영이 들고 있는 신문에 구멍이 뚫려 있는데 실제로 당시 교도소에서는 정치나 사상에 관련된 기사는 보지 못하게 오려서 줬다고 하는 고증을 통해 만든 설정입니다.
진실은 감옥에 가둘 수 없다. 제 일이 가두고 지키는 겁니다.
말은 이렇게 하지만 경찰이 찢은 접견 기록부를 붙이고 있는 보안계장입니다. 이 장면 이후 삭제된 장면이 있습니다.
박스에 금이 갔습니다.
강 형사의 심경에 변화가 생긴 것을 감지한 박 처장. 밖에서는 시위가 한창이고 안에서는 부하들이 자신을 압박해오는 것을 느낍니다.
싫어.
그리고 강 형사의 가족들을 강제 이사시키는 컷이 삭제됐습니다.
세상에 여보는 어따 이런들아. 야, 넌 집도 가까운 년이 때 빼고 강낸다고 있었구나.
독특한 매력의 소유자 박경혜 배우. 감독의 전작 화이에서 화조 영농조합 여직원 역으로 씬을 스틸하셨었죠.
보시다시피 저희 조합이 좀 거대해요.
이번 영화에서도 그 매력이 돋보이네요. 이곳은 당시 명동의 코리아 극장 앞을 그대로 재현해 세트를 만들고 CG를 더해 만들었습니다. 아, 이런. 갑자기 시작된 시위에 최루탄이 터지고 당시 시위를 겪으신 분이 아니더라도 군대에서 화생방 훈련을 해보신 분이라면 그 고통을 잘 아실 텐데요. 당시 우리나라 최루탄을 필리핀 경찰이 도입을 했다가 이걸 어떻게 사람한테 쓰냐며 반품을 했던 사례가 있다고 합니다. 이어서 등장하는 공포의 청청 패션. 백골단이 출동했습니다. 여지없이 시위대로 몰리게 된 연희. 8, 90년대 시위 군중을 진압하는 역할을 했던 백골단은 실제로 청청 패션에 헬멧을 쓰고 진압을 했다고 하네요. 당시 정경이나 백골 단원들도 비슷한 또래의 젊은이들인데 동시대의 젊은이들이 서로 적대할 수밖에 없는 시대의 아픔. 어쩔 수 없이 간 군대에서 명령을 따를 수밖에 없는 상황에 괴로움을 호소하는 정경들도 많았다고 합니다. 이때 아주 훤칠한 젊은이가 등장해 연희를 구해주는데 도망을 치긴 하지만 한성질하는 연희입니다. 이 장면 역시 수십 번 반복해서 건진 컷이라고 하네요.
긴 건 상관없는데 뭔가 동작이 약간 어색한가?
야, 이 더운데.
신발 가게 사장님의 도움으로 겨우 몸을 피할 수 있게 됐습니다. 감독의 전작 지구를 지켜라에서 순희 역으로 출연했던 황정민 배우입니다. 네, 이름이 황정민 맞습니다.
대박 지랄.
그나저나 얼굴을 가리고 연희를 구해준 이 청년은 누구죠?
그거 손으로 닦으면 더 따가워요. 세수하세요.
어이구, 무려 강동원? 극장에서도 이 장면에서 여기저기 터지던 탄성이 생각나네요. 지금 미팅이 문제가 아닌데요. 이 배역의 이름은 강동원 배우를 캐스팅하기 전 시나리오 초반부터 배역 이름이 잘생긴 남학생이었다고 합니다. 실제 이한열 열사가 미남이라서 그렇게 설정을 했다고 하는데요. 초반에는 잘생긴 남학생으로 나오다가 영화 후반에 이한열 열사였음이 밝혀졌을 때 임팩트가 더 강하길 바랬다고 합니다.
저기 신발이 270이지? 5,000원 맞네. 제가 낼게요.
그렇지, 지금 돈이 문제가 아니고 일단 이 연을 이어나갑시다. 감독은 당시의 운동화를 밑창까지 똑같이 만들고 싶었다고 합니다. 부산의 한국신발산업협회에서 밑창을 만들어 지원을 해주고 나머지 부분들은 의상팀에서 전부 제작을 했습니다.
저기요.
한편 수감된 조반장의 조사가 이어집니다.
어차피 과실치사인데 뭔 상관이야.
박 처장을 굳게 믿고 있는 조반장.
니는 가혹행위 치사죄야. 고문치사! 죄목 변경 안 됐습니까?
조반장의 심경에 변화가 생기기 시작합니다.
내가 안 죽였어.
이러면 안 되는데?
뭐 조한경! 박 처장한테 약속 지키라고 하세요. 니들 모가지 내 혀끝에 달렸어. 잘 생각해라. 면회 끝 심하이.
한수, 어째야 되는지 알지?
이 장면 이후 조반장을 독방에 가두는 장면이 삭제됐습니다.
나한테도 인권이 있어! 열어서 올라!
옛날 삼청동에 있던 올림피아 호텔을 그대로 재현했습니다. 장관들이 이곳에 룸을 잡아놓고 비공식 대책회의를 많이 했다고 하네요.
내무부, 그 지역 전경들 차출해서 주요 대학 검문 검색 강화해.
여기 돈을 세고 있는 분은 정원찬 제작 PD입니다.
구속된 요원들 과실치사로 바꿔주시라요.
그래도 자기 식구라고 조반장을 빼내려는 박 처장.
하늘이 도와서 겨우 껐는데.
하지만 김만철 씨 탈북 뉴스로 겨우 덮은 사건을 들추고 싶지 않은 안기 부장입니다.
내 재판은 무기한 연기시켜드리죠. 각하께서 심려가 크십니다.
이거 부하 걱정을 할 때가 아닌 것 같은데요. 박 처장의 권력도 뭔가 어긋나고 있는 것 같네요. 부하를 안심시키기 위해 교도소를 찾은 박 처장. 사실 이 장면 전에 독방에 있던 조반장과 돈을 주기 전에 하는 대화가 삭제됐습니다.
살만하네.
감옥이란 데가 말입니다. 생각할 시간이 X하게 많아서
신나는 생각만 하는 기야.
박 처장이 이 두 형사에게 건넨 것은 통장에 손글씨로 쓰여있는 액수는 무려 1억. 당시 1억이면 강남에 아파트 2채는 살 수 있는 돈이었다고 하네요. 하지만 조반장은 감옥에서 썩고 싶지가 않습니다.
양심선언에서 형량이라도 치른답니다.
애국자답게.
그놈 애국자! 우리가 애국자입니까?
이 갓나 새끼가.
말을 듣지 않는 부하는 강하게 밀어붙이는 박 처장. 김윤석 배우가 이런 눈빛으로 이런 연기를 하고 나서 컷을 하면 갑자기 웃으며 장난을 치고 그러니까 스태프들과 다른 배우들은 그게 더 무섭다는 생각을 했다고 합니다.
아니지. 네 마누라, 네 아새끼들 임진강에 던져버리고서.
그래도 부하 직원인데 가족 건들기 있냐?
선배가라. 애국자야 월북자야.
아니 이런 얼굴로 이렇게 대사를 치면 받들 수밖에.
받들겠습니다.
자세히 보면 경찰이 총을 메고 있는데 요즘엔 상상도 못할 일이지만 80년대에는 많이 있었다고 하네요. 그리고 실제로 학교 앞에서 학생들 검문을 많이 했다고 합니다.
오늘은 왠지 딱 운동권이네. 너도 이런 거 하나 딱 하고 다녀. 절대 안 잡힌다니까. 다들 가슴을 책으로 가리고 지랄이야. 가진 거 없어도 당당하게 살아. 당당하게.
저 뒤에 보면 너무나 발랄하게 안무를 하는 학생들이 보이는데 실제로 민중가요를 부를 때 안무를 하긴 했으나 80년대 치고는 너무 발랄하게 설정을 한 감이 있다고 합니다. 이런 발랄한 안무는 90년대에 주로 한 안무라고 하네요. 그 잘생긴 남학생 발견.
저 정도 얼굴이면 간첩이라도 사귀겠다.
이따 우리 동아리에서 비디오 상영회 하는데.
고 이한열 열사가 실제로 만화서클에서 활동했다고 하는데요. 당시 서클이라는 이름에서 동아리로 바뀌어가던 시절이었는데 감독은 그냥 우리말로 하려고 동아리란 이름을 사용했다고 합니다.
운동화 예쁘네요. 고급스럽다.
싼 건데.
아니 사줬더니 싼 건데라니. 이 싼 타이거 운동화가 이 영화를 제작하는 계기를 만들어준 매개체입니다. 감독은 시나리오 초고를 보고 이 영화를 해야 하나 할 수 있을까 하는 고민을 엄청나게 했는데 이한열 기념관에 있는 옷가지와 신발 한 짝을 보고 해야겠다 할 수밖에 없다 하는 확신이 섰다고 하네요. 영화 후반에 그 운동화 한 짝을 그대로 모티브로 가져왔습니다. 이 씬을 촬영하는 날 감독의 요청으로 실제 고 이한열 열사의 어머니께서 현장을 방문했습니다.
영화 아니고 다큐예요. 외국에서 만든.
이분은 대학로의 유명한 연극 배우 양조화 배우입니다. 극단 양손 프로젝트에서 활발한 활동을 하고 계십니다. 그렇게 비디오를 통해 나오는 1980년 광주의 충격적인 진실. 이런 게 현실이라니. 연희는 영상을 끝까지 볼 수가 없습니다.
나도 처음엔 끝까지 다 못 봤어.
어쩌자는 건데요? 총등 군인들하고 싸울 거예요?
지금 당장 TV 켜세요.
이제 본인은
한편 현행 헌법에 의해 대통령 간선제를 유지하겠다는 정부의 발표.
독재 연장 선언하겠다는 거잖아 지금.
뭔 소리야?
아니 뭔 소리긴 다음 대통령 지선을 뽑겠다는 것이.
선거인단이 대통령을 뽑겠다는 간접선거.
체육관 선거하는 동안 저놈들 세상 절대로 안 끝나.
체육관이라는 비공개적인 장소에서 진행된 선거를 말합니다. 당시 선거인단이라는 것이 실상은 박정희 대통령 정부 때 설치된 통일주체 국민회의가 폐지되고 그 대의원들이 이름만 바꾼 것이나 마찬가지였는데요. 달라진 게 있다면 복수의 야당 후보가 출마할 수 있다는 것과 장충체육관 대신 다른 장소에서 치렀다는 것 정도였습니다. 실제 12대 대통령 취임식은 잠실체육관에서 치러졌습니다.
뭐라도 해야죠.
야 같이 하자.
잠시 나갔다 와야겠습니다, 스님.
직선제는 무슨 직선제요? 돈 받고 투표하는 놈들 천진데.
아직 국민의 수준이 안 됐습니다.
예나 지금이나 여러 가지 의견이 있게 마련이죠. 선거인단이라는 권력욕이 많은 사람들이 주로 통장이나 동장으로 국민 깊숙하게 파고들어 아직은 우리 수준이 낮아서 직선제는 안 된다는 분위기를 만들려고 했다고 합니다.
김대중이 김영삼이 간첩 만들어서 박종철 완전히 덮어버리세요.
그리고 박 처장은 더욱 악에 받쳐 김정남을 잡으려 합니다.
빨갱이들 장군이 경멸하라.
이거 이북이야 이거. 이게 무슨 영화지? 도대체 우리가 무슨 영화 찍고 있는 거지?
4879 면담.
이부영에게 형사들이 찢어 밝힌 접견 기록부를 다 붙여서 전달해주는 안계장. 접견 기록부엔 강 형사가 가족들과 나눈 대화와 조반장과 다른 형사들이 나눈 대화가 기록되어 있습니다.
제가 할 수 있는 건 여기까지입니다.
이것만으로도 엄청난 결단이죠. 그리고 이 내용을 서신으로 잡지에 담아 전달하려는 병영이 검문에 걸리는데
거기 스탑.
그냥 그 척척해서 샀습니다. 뭘 잡지를 들여다봐요.
동가.
예.
유해진 배우는 긴장감을 표현하기 위해 일부러 얼굴이 빨개지도록 했습니다. 아니 그런 게 가능하다고?
적적할 때 또 썬데이만한 게 없지. 하이제스트.
이 대사도 현장에서 만든 대사입니다. 즉석으로 만든 대사도 당연히 그 시대에 맞는지 고증을 다 했습니다.
그렇지, 적적할 때 썬데이만한 게 없지. 다이제스트 괜찮은데.
83명분. 맞아요.
건강 다이제스트.
자, 그거부터 하시죠.
야이씨 죽 써서 개 줄래?
이렇게 보니 정말 무섭게 생긴 박지환 배우. 실제 성격은 그렇게 여리고 감성적일 수 없다고 하네요.
어이구야, 너 거기 있었냐? 네, 아닙니다.
사찰을 살펴보는 형사들이 김정남을 발견했습니다. 이거 큰일인데요.
야, 올라가.
아니 불공을 들이고 있는 사람한테 이거 뭐 진짜 깡패가 따로 없네요. 이 씬은 총 3일을 촬영했다고 합니다. 감독은 비는 오지 않고 날씨가 흐리기만을 바랬는데 실제로 3일 내내 흐렸다고 하네요. 당시 사찰에서 부처님 오신 날을 준비하던 기간이었다는 설정으로 미술팀이 이 연등을 다 달아서 세팅했습니다. 설경구 배우의 머리는 분장을 한 후 연결 부위는 CG로 지웠습니다.
그림자 25도.
이렇게 무사히 빠져나간 김정남. 그런데 서신을 전달하려던 병영이
빨리 안 치워 이
위험에 처하게 된 것 같은데요. 보호대를 벗어나지 않도록 조심해서 발로 찼습니다. 그래도 이렇게 발로 차이면 아픈 건 다들 아시겠죠?
소장님!
병영을 목격한 게 기억이 난 형사.
진짜 마지막이야.
삼촌만 다쳐. 우리 아빠 어떻게 돌아가셨는데?
과거의 상처 때문에 사람을 믿지 못하는 연희. 감독은 가상의 인물 연희를 설정하고 이 캐릭터가 과거의 상처로부터 벗어나 할 수 있다는 결심을 하고 행동에 이르기까지의 성장기를 담으려 했습니다.
밀린 월급 받자고 부추긴 그 사람들 다 도망갔잖아.
그건 그냥 교통사고야. 그거 필요 없어.
250원이야. 50원 모자라.
귀여워. 과자를 사려는 귀여운 여자아이는 감독님의 친따님이신 장연두 양입니다. 이 친구는 연두의 사촌오빠 문수영 군이고요. 감독은 딸이 아빠가 만든 영화를 소중히 생각하길 바랬습니다. 이렇게 좋은 영화를 아빠가 만들었고 본인이 직접 출연까지 했으니 나중에 보면 얼마나 큰 선물이 될까요?
잘 먹고 잘 살아라.
너 싸웠니? 삼촌이 아빠 대신하고 몇 번을 얘기해?
이분은 밖에서 대기하고 있던 대역 배우입니다. 아, 폭력의 시대. 공권력이 정말 무섭게 느껴지네요. 언제나 열심히 하는 유해진 배우는 이렇게 맞는 것도 최선을 다했습니다.
오케이 땡큐. 어느 정도 해야지 아니면 티가 나.
그렇게 경찰에게 끌려가는 병용. 병용이 끌려간 후 오열하는 누나의 모습과 집을 뒤지는 장면을 찍었는데 그게 흐름상 꼭 필요한 컷인가 하는 생각이 들어서 삭제했다고 합니다. 이후에 돈봉투를 챙겨 들고 병용을 찾으러 가는 연희 엄마 컷도 삭제했습니다.
그럼 엄마 어떻게 할까? 여기 가만히 앉아있을까?
김정남이 알지.
아니 진짜 이런 상황을 겪으면 얼마나 무서울까요? 저라면 정말 모르는 것도 어떻게든 불어버릴 것 같은데요. 김윤석 배우는 이 역할이 지금까지 했던 어떤 악역보다 힘들었다고 합니다. 악이나 명가는 가상으로 만들어낸 인물이기도 하고 멋있게 느껴지기도 해서 재미있게 할 수 있었는데 이번 역은 실존 인물이기도 하고 단순한 악역이 아닌 상당히 복잡한 감정을 가진 시대가 만들어낸 괴물이라는 점에서 캐릭터를 해석하고 연기하는 게 더 어려웠다고 하네요. 이곳이 남영동이라는 공포감을 느낀다는 설정으로 멀리 들리는 남영역의 기차 소리를 표현했습니다.
모른다면서 와 놀라는 게야. 돌리러.
한 7가지 정도의 고문을 한 번씩 다 하면 한 바퀴라고 표현한다고 합니다. 사람을 사람으로 안 보는 나쁜 놈들. 지들이 사람을 죽여놓고도 아직도 정신을 못 차리고 이러고 있네요.
얼른 끝내고 나가자. 내지기 전에.
높은 데 사네.
한편 연희를 찾아온 잘생긴 남학생.
너 포섭하려고 왔지?
데모하러 가요?
얼굴에 떨어지는 빛은 해질녘의 느낌을 조명으로 표현했습니다. 이 조명이 너무 뜨거워서 배우들이 연기를 하기 힘들 정도라고 하네요.
그런다고 세상이 바뀌어요? 가족들 생각은 안 해요?
나도 그러고 싶은데 그게 잘 안 돼.
가세요.
안 넘어오네.
안 넘어온대.
맘 바뀌면 연락해.
잘생긴 남학생이 놔두고 간 전단. 이것도 느낌있게 펄럭이게 하려고 노력을 많이 했다고 하네요. 이 잘생긴 남학생이 이한열 열사였다는 복선으로 설정한 그림입니다. 감독은 작가에게 단다르크처럼 그려달라는 주문을 했습니다. 그림 하나로 마음이 풀려버린 연희. 삼촌이 남긴 쪽지를 발견하고
7바퀴를 돌렸는데도 입을 안 엽니다. 저희 뭐이네?
이 장면 전에 경찰서에 도착을 하는 연희와 연희 엄마가 삭제됐습니다. 실제로 남영동 앞에서 사람들이 시위를 하면 경찰들이 이 사람들을 강제로 태우고 가서 난지도나 경기도 외곽 지역에 버렸다고 하네요.
낙법을 하신 것 같은데.
연희가 유도부 출신이었어.
연희는 당시에 화정쯤 되는 곳에 버려졌다는 설정입니다. 이것은 흐린 날씨에 비를 뿌리며 찍었습니다. 그래도 다행히 동전을 좀 많이 갖고 있었네요. 당시 시외 전화는 동전이 꽤 많이 필요하기도 했고 여기저기 여러 군데 전화를 하다가 마지막으로 잘생긴 남학생에게 전화를 하게 됐을 거라는 설정으로 동전을 많이 준비했습니다. 타이거 운동화를 신고 나타난 남학생. 감독은 부끄럽고 자존심이 상하면서도 그럼에도 강함이 드러나는 연희의 표정을 보고 감탄을 했다고 합니다. 이 장면 이후 돌아가는 버스에서 울음을 터뜨리는 연희에게 처음 만난 날 하고 있던 두건을 건네주는 컷이 삭제됐습니다. 아, 사람에게 전기를 저렇게 통하게 하면 죽지 않나? 이렇게 괴로운 상황에 들리는 뽕짝 음악이 형사들의 잔인함을 더 강조하는 것 같네요.
전압만 올리면 아무것도
이렇게만 된다고
그냥 끝이거든요. 근데 이제
그거 안 해도 다 느껴져.
이런 고문신을 찍을 땐 배우들도 힘들지만 감독과 스태프들 모두 너무 힘들어서 분위기가 무거웠다고 합니다. 그냥 이 방 안에 있는 것 자체가 고역이었을 것 같네요.
어머니 옆에선 아새끼 베디. 요거 이름이 동이야.
그렇게 자신의 이야기를 시작하는 박 처장.
이 아새끼가 우리 집에 인민부대 끌고 와서리 인민의 적! 악질 귀주! 동이가 총알도 아깝다면서 우리 아버지 가슴에 말이야 죽창을 찔러댔어.
폭력으로 인한 공포를 겪은 사람이 더한 폭력을 일삼는 사람이 됐다는 이야기. 기차가 지나가면서 햇빛이 반사돼 비추는 빛으로 과거 플래시백 화면으로 넘어가는 콘티였는데 과거의 화면보다는 인물의 표정에 더 집중해서 당시의 상황을 오디오로만 표현을 했습니다.
그래, 지옥이 뭔지 알까?
결국 가족을 볼모로 협박을 하겠다는 거네요. 뭐 잘 안 된다 싶으면 가족을 건드리는 박 처장입니다. 결심이 선 연희가 서신을 김정남에게 전달합니다. 이곳은 통영에 있는 충무교회입니다.
삼촌, 고문 안 당하게 해주세요.
고맙다. 믿어줘서. 마침내 비둘기가 날아왔습니다.
이 거리도 통영에서 촬영했습니다. 김정남을 잡으러 온 경찰들. 이 컷은 야외에 대형 세트를 만들어 촬영했습니다.
저희 정의구현 사재단은 중대 성명을 발표하겠습니다.
김정남이 받은 서신의 내용을 바탕으로 박종철 고문치사 사건에 대한 발표를 하는 김승훈 신부. 이곳은 실제 명동성당입니다. 실제 이곳에서 일어났던 일을 영화에 담는 의미가 있어서 명동성당 최초로 내부 촬영을 허가해줬다고 하네요.
고문치사 사건의 진상이 은폐, 조작되었다. 죽음에 이르게 한 범인은 경위 조한경, 경장 이정호, 경위 황정웅, 경사 반금곤, 경사 강진규.
애국가를 부르며 물고문을 하는 악독한 놈들. 이 컷을 찍을 때 역시 모든 스태프들이 긴장을 바짝 할 수밖에 없었습니다. 이 장면은 세트에 수조를 준비해서 찍었는데요. 이런 장면은 촬영 전 카메라 테스트를 이렇게 합니다. 여진구 배우는 촬영하는 것도 이렇게 힘든데 직접 겪으신 분은 얼마나 고통스러울까 하는 생각이 들었다고 합니다. 안타깝게 죽어가는 종철의 얼굴에서 명동성당으로 이어지는 디졸브. 와, 진짜 가슴이 웅장해진다. 기자들은 이 진실을 온 세상에 알리고, 한편 정남을 찾는 형사들, 구름 사이로 빛이 비추면서 정남이 나오도록 연출했습니다. 이렇게 위험에서 벗어난 정남.
태우라고 싸그리다.
모든 증거를 인멸하려는 박 처장.
경찰관들한테 1억 원씩 주셨죠? 끝났어 당신.
멱살을 잡으면 씩 웃는다는 콘티였는데 막상 이렇게 잡히니 웃어지지가 않았다고 합니다. 진짜 너무 무서워서. 박 처장을 처벌하라는 대통령의 지시. 박 처장이 이렇게 무너집니다. 이 컷 역시 촬영 감독이 즉석으로 캐치해서 찍은 컷입니다. 정의사회 구현. 그들이 말하는 정의는 과연 무엇일까요?
준비됐습니다.
이 장면 이후 총을 들고 안기부장을 찾아가는 장면이 정말 아쉽게 삭제됐습니다.
경비가 삼엄하죠?
하지만 박 처장이 쳐들어올 줄 알고 미리 준비를 하고 있던 안기부장.
객기 부리는 놈들이 많아서 걱정이 큽니다.
내래 평생을
가깝게 부담드리지 말고 애국하는 마음으로.
그렇게 교도소에 수감되는 경찰들.
반가운 얼굴들.
이 대사는 저작권이 없는 노래를 즉석으로 만들어 불렀습니다.
변호사 필요하시면 연락 주시고.
부장검사 때려치우고 이제는 변호사가 된 부장검사님. 할 수 있는 한 최대한 깐죽거리는 부장검사입니다. 이제는 모든 힘이 빠진 박 처장의 얼굴. 언제나 느끼는 거지만 김윤석 배우는 정말 많은 걸 담을 수 있는 얼굴인 것 같네요. 물건 정리를 하는 연희. 시나리오를 쓰는 동안 광화문에 촛불 집회가 한창이어서 그런 의미로 양초를 설정했다고 합니다. 그날 석간신문에 실린 이한열 열사의 사진. 잘생긴 남학생이 이한열 열사였음이 밝혀집니다.
고문살인 자행하는 국부독재 몰아내자.
목 놓아 외치는 이한열. 최루탄은 허공을 향해 쏴야 하는데 수평으로 겨냥하여 쏘는 경찰. 아니 이건 총을 쏘는 거나 마찬가지잖아. 외신 자료를 통해 최대한 비슷한 화면을 만들었습니다. 심지어 옷에 쓰여진 글씨의 간격까지 똑같이 재현했다고 하네요. 죽어가는 장면까지도 실제 이한열 열사의 사진을 참고해 최대한 똑같이 만들기 위해 노력했습니다. 그렇게 현장에 남은 신발 한 켤레. 디졸브되는 연희의 빠른 발걸음. 연희는 가만히 있을 수가 없습니다. 거리로 나와 호언철폐, 독재 타도를 외치는 시민들. 이 장면 역시 실제와 똑같이 재현하기 위해 엄청난 노력을 했습니다.
여러분들이 주인공인 장면이에요. 그것 때문에 제가 이 영화를 시작하게 된 거예요. 보조 출연분들이 아니고 진짜 주연으로서 연기를 해주시면
우리가 잊지 말아야 할 한국의 역사. 아, 볼 때마다 목이 메어오네요. 이 목소리는 감독의 아내 문소리 배우의 목소리입니다. 저쪽 버스 위에 서 계시네요.
이 시의 주인공은 인터넷이 아니고 지금 여러분입니다.
감독은 마지막에 박종철 열사 사진이 없는 게 서운해서 부활하라는 글과 함께 CG로 심어 넣었습니다. 감독은 이 세 줄의 자막 이후에 그해 12월 군사 정권을 승계한 노태우가 당선됐다는 한 줄을 더 추가하고 싶었다고 합니다. 당시 현장의 화면과 함께 흐르는 그날이 오면, 이 곡은 당시 실제 운동에 참여하셨던 분들로 구성된 합창단이 불렀습니다. 레코딩을 해주신 황병준 기사님 역시 당시 현장에 있었다고 하네요. 안기부장 역의 문성군 배우의 아버지 문익환 목사가 장례식에서 열사의 이름을 목 놓아 외치는 소리로 영화는 끝을 맺습니다. 자, 영화 1987이었습니다.
(02년생) 준호는 이제 구형이 되어버린 태블릿으로 유튜브를 보고 있습니다. 50년째 떡밥 회수가 안 된 원피스.
할아버지! 빵이야 빵이야!
응? 안 죽죠?
아, 할아버지 요즘 그런 말 안 쓴다고. 언제적 말이야. 다시! 빵이야 빵이야!
응? 못 죽이죠?
빵이야 빵이야!
아버님 아침 드세요.
현재는 2070년, 이제는 2002년생이 어르신이 된 상황이죠.
또 인공고기야? 그 돼지국밥 없어?
계속 말씀드렸잖아요, 아버님. 그런 음식들은 동물보호법 때문에 이제 구하기 힘들다니까요.
그래 미안해. 아유 전마탱.
10만 원이 입금되었습니다.
아버님, 저희 그만 나가볼게요.
지민아, 가자.
자식에게 얹혀 사는 준호는 계속 눈칫밥을 먹고 있었죠. 노년에 딱히 재밌는 일도 즐거울 일도 없는 준호는 어떻게든 시간을 보내고 있었죠.
아니 왜 거긴 왜 들어가서 뒤져? 아 씨발.
너도 같이 놀래? 재밌겠다.
우리 팀 정글로 아들 없네.
준호는 50년째 정글 탓을 하고 있었습니다. 요즘 노인분들이 탑골공원에서 시간을 보내듯이 50년 뒤 노인은 낡은 컴퓨터로 소환사의 협곡에서 시간을 보내고 있었죠. 이때 준호에게 전화가 하나 걸려옵니다.
왜?
준호 뭐하노?
협곡이야, 왜?
아, 내가 누굴 만났는지 알아?
누구?
고승이 알지?
레알? 수경이 걔 해외에 있다고 했는데?
아, 레알. 해외로 연락 왔는데 한국 왔대. 잠시 시간 됨? 지금 만나면 상봉 샵 가능이야.
뭐야, 너 어디야?
니네 집 앞 공원 거기야.
오케이, 내가 거기로 갈게.
심심하던 차에 고향 친구였던 수경을 만났다는 소식에 준호는 달려가게 되죠. 오랜만에 만난 셋은 늙어버린 서로를 보며 당장 다가오는 설날을 어떻게 보낼지 걱정하는데요.
아니, 측근적 카페 두고 왜 이렇게 멀리까지 온 거야?
요즘엔 노인 출입 금지 카페가 많아서 틀딱이 죄다.
그럼 수경이는 이제 한국에 정착하는 거야?
완전히 한국으로 왔어.
아, 그러게 좀 혼자서 어때?
여전히 재밌게 잘 살지 뭐. 근데 아내분은?
몇 년 전에.
그랬구나.
야, 형. 근데 우리 오랜만에 이렇게 모이니까 옛날 느낌 난다. 응? 근데 한국에 왜 온 거야?
쉬고 싶어서. 지금까지 제대로 쉬어본 적이 없잖아.
그럼 이번 설은?
글쎄, 집에 혼자 있고 싶어.
그럼 너는?
나? 나는
친구들과 다르게 준호는 설날에 집에 혼자 있을까봐 걱정이 되기 시작하는데요. 그리고
아버님, 혹시 명절에 어디 놀러 안 가시나요?
나 가고 싶은 곳 있지.
잘 됐네요. 그럼 저희가 용돈 드릴 테니까 친구분들하고 다녀오세요.
너희들이랑 같이 가야지.
아빠, 그 지민이도 이번엔 좀 어려워, 그치? 그러니까 이번에만 아빠 친구분들이랑 같이.
설날인데.
아버님, 이번에만 이 말 들어주세요.
왜 할아버지는 같이 안 가?
너네 어디 가?
하지만 자식들은 준호를 떼어놓고 여행을 갈 생각이었죠.
죄송해요. 대신 내년 명절에는 함께 해요, 네?
아빠, 그리고 우리 왜 지난번에 그 옛날 영화에
듣다 화난 02년생 준호는 한마디 하게 됩니다.
이번에만 지민이랑.
어쩔 TV?
혼자 틀어박혀 갤질을 하고 있던 준호. 거실에서 소리가 들려오죠.
아버님 대체 언제까지 저러실 거냐고.
왜 나한테 그래 그걸?
아니 02년생들은 다 저래? 저번에 아버님 어떻게 하셨는지 알아? 롤인가 뭔가 그거 하시다가 고소당하셨어.
뭐? 아니 고소라니. 왜?
아 정말. 게임하다가 아들 없냐 며느리 없냐 욕이랑 욕은 다 하고 다니셨어.
진짜 나이도 있으신데 미치겠다 진짜.
하지만 준호는 자식들에게 피해를 안 끼치고 조용히 지내야 할 뿐 늙은 몸으로 할 수 있는 건 없었습니다. 그렇게 매일매일 지루한 하루를 보내며 어느 날 수경에게 전화 한 통을 하게 되죠.
갑자기 왜 우울한 거야?
그냥 지나간 세월이 다 후회스러워서.
그래도 넌 결혼했잖아.
혼자 살았던 삶은 어땠어?
30대만 하더라도 결혼 안 한 친구들도 많았지. 주위에 계속 꼬이는 남자들 덕분에 외로운지도 몰랐고 앞으로 일어날 일에 대한 설렘만 가득했는단 말이야. 30대 후반 들어가니까 정말 거짓말처럼 모든 게 끊기더라. 내가 좋아했던 기름진 음식이나 매운 음식들은 점점 내 몸이 못 버티기 시작하고 40대 들어서는 피곤한 날이 안 피곤한 날보다 많아지더라고. 여기저기 여행도 다니고 자유롭게 살 줄 알았던 싱글 라이프였는데 50대, 60대를 넘어 70대가 되니 여행은커녕 외로움과 싸우는 삶이지. 무엇보다 지금 내가 쓰러지면 난 누가 챙길까 싶다. 준호야, 넌 좀 어떠니?
나야 뭐 30대도 돈만 벌고 40, 50대 때도 돈만 벌었지. 그래서 내가 좋아하는 게 뭔지도 다 잊어먹고 살았어. 그렇게 좋아하던 여행도 너처럼 마음 편하게 간 적이 없어. 30대 후반 들어가니 아들놈에게 들어가는 돈, 명절날마다 가족 친지에게 들어가는 돈이 있지. 거기다 빚 갚는 돈까지. 돈 거리다 보니 마누라랑은 내가 은퇴할 때까지 계속 싸우면서 사랑한다는 말 한마디 없이 세월을 보낸 것 같아. 그리고 자식 눈치를 보면서 가만히 있는 거 말곤 딱히 할 일이 없어. 40년간 일만 했는데 말이야.
그렇게 기다리던 설날 당일.
아버님, 저희 다녀올게요.
에이 아빠 얼굴 좀 봐. 그래도 오는 길에 아빠 좋아하는 국밥 내가 한번 구해볼게.
할아버지 잘 있어. 안녕.
나 신경 쓰지 말고 빨리 갔다 와.
아버님, 용돈 넣어드렸으니까 너무 혼자만 계시지 말고요.
우리 다녀올게 아빠. 어? 나중에 연락해요.
준호의 자식들은 결국 준호만 빼놓고 여행을 가게 됩니다. 쿨한 척 보내줬지만 준호는 굉장히 외로웠죠. 결국 남은 친구인 수경에게 카톡을 보내보는데요. 수경도 외로웠던 차에 준호의 카톡을 보게 됩니다.
어이 수경,
너 뭐야? 여행 간다며?
이 새끼 인스타 잘한 걸 올리려고 구락 가는 거 아니야? 너는 50년대 주작이냐?
아니야. 너네들 내비두고 갈 수가 있어야지. 우리 같은 트럭들이 갈 곳이 어디 있어?
아이 참.
어? 네가 말한 코너 한소리가 하나 알고 있대.
어머, 코너가 아직도 있었어?
내가 여기저기 알아봤는데 딱 한 곳이 있더라고.
그래.
마치 2022년도 설날처럼 이들은 코인 노래방에 가게 됩니다.
와, 미친 실화냐? 그때 그대로인데.
진짜 그때 그대로다 우리들처럼. 그치?
야, 뭐하고 있노? 다 같이 왕창 한번 가자. 그때처럼.
오케이. 나 랩, 수경이 보컬. 오케이?
오케이.
나는 별을 보자면은 몸을 당겼어. 단 한 번의 달빛을 내 눈에 담았어.
없는 영화 어르신은 제가 쓴 시나리오입니다. 이 세상에 없는 영화죠. 지금 저의 유튜브를 보고 계신 여러분들도 언젠가는 어르신이 되어서 설날을 맞이하실 텐데요. 과연 우리가 몇십 년 뒤 설날을 맞는다면 어떤 모습의 어르신일까 상상하며 써본 시나리오입니다. 부정하고 싶지만 사람은 나이를 먹고